I'm not muted. I just haven't said anything. We all. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. Actually, no, I'm not. I wasn't sorry at all. I had a fucking great night. Yeah. But I was doing stuff. It's fine. The Blues came down from a goal down to win 2-1 away from home. So I got fucking bladdered. It was fucking awesome. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to be doing stuff with no justice of the MTG variety in just a second. So, you know, Man United lost again. It never stops. God, that's funny. I don't know if our resident Mancunian is in chat, but if Asrans Russ pop in, little W's in chat for him. I always think of him. Anyway, where was I? And his many Champions League winning
Get some help.
Well, no, one Champions League, many Premier League titles. Thank you, Wayward Historian. Can we get some W's in chat for Wayward Historian as well? Fucking legend. Without which this channel would be, I mean, a really, really shite. Look, don't get me wrong, it's bad, but the only reason it's even vaguely acceptable is because of the work Wayward Historian puts into it. Why do I keep punching the fucking table as well? I don't know. Anyway, much love to Wayward Historian. 54-month subscriber, Reno. Yes, indeed. Anyway, yeah, you can do money in the various ways, bits, messages, etc., etc. Now, in terms of the super chat message thing, the noise alert, right? The noise alert that I usually have, which is the fucking Mancunian. Well, he's not even Mancunian. He's from Nottingham anyway. I might be getting rid of that at some point, so I need some suggestions for what to replace it with, because I've been contacted by a person who for whom it is a neurodivergent trigger thing. So look, it's an old joke anyway. So you know, thoughts, people. You know. Hello there. No, just apologies. I'm slightly late. I was living La Vida Loca.
Which is a great Greg Davis reference.
It is indeed. You're very welcome.
Thank you very much. I mean, I was late starting, so I was on time firing up my stream, but my camera just decided not to work as soon as I was about to go live on. Actually start the stream on my end, so I'm still fighting with that.
You've been overworking it by being the only host of Novara Media.
It's true. I am the only one. There are no other hosts.
Well, honestly, why are those three dickheads on the banner when it's clearly your channel now and you run it?
Exactly. I am the singular face of Novara Media.
Yeah.
The people demand Helena.
Exactly. Well, I saw you on with Curtis in the week, and I thought that's the fucking dream team. Let's go.
It is fun. Although I did literally, I mentioned this to my mum when I saw her earlier in the week, and she said I was looking away from the screen. I heard the voice, and I thought it was Aaron Bastani.
What? Why would that make her look away from the screen?
Well, she was already looking away from the screen, right?
Right.
And she just heard Curtis's voice, and she just assumed it was Aaron Bastani.
Okay. I mean, that feels racist? That feels like it should be racist, actually.
No, they just have very, very similar kind of patterns of speech.
What those people, you mean? No, well, it clearly runs in the family. There's a lot of racism going on in the No Justice clan, clearly. Anyway, how have you been? You took a few days off and all that.
I did. As you said, I went to see my family, which was nice. Went to the beach in Norfolk, which was very sunny.
See, that's the switcheroo, isn't it? I went to the beach in Norfolk. It's like, you know, I was an international footballer for Wales. Like, come on.
For San Marino.
Exactly. Exactly. Anyway, Curtis is obviously from Bristol area. Yeah, Curtis is from Bristol, yes. That is.
Yeah,
that
so
is
which one
literally
I
true.
watch because where my dad is from.
Yes, indeed. So, yes, I had a cracking week. Started off with debating a certain hat-wearing human, which was fun.
I did watch it. I definitely enjoyed it.
How did I get on?
I mean, it seemed like Bowler Hat Man just didn't have anything really, did he?
This is true. I'm thinking about maybe contacting some other people in that kind of not oeuvre, that's not the right word, that circle of people.
Yeah.
You know, all of those, I mean, the Labour folks. I don't know how you can possibly defend any of it.
The Cuck Brigade, yes.
Well, I prefer to think of them as the Briefcase Mafia.
I mean, both names quite accurately describe them. So
Yeah. So I might try and arrange talks, etc. Yeah, Phil and people like that, exactly, chat. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. The Waitrose, mate. I don't think they're quite. I don't think they're posh enough for Waitrose necessarily.
Did you see the guys? Did you see the people on Twitter from that kind of sector of the electorate who got mad when Owen Jones described Starmer supporters as Waitrose shoppers?
That's pretty funny. Well, actually, on that point, we talked chat off stream about what we were going to watch, and we've had some suggestions and there's some good ones. But what dropped a couple of hours ago was on your employer's website, Ash Sarkar talking to Owen Jones, which might be vaguely interesting.
That is something. I mean, the thing is I don't think it's going to be telling us anything we don't already know. I.e., Israel is bad. Our entire government and media are complicit. You know, like I've watched a lot of Owen Jones content.
Are you suggesting he's a bit samey in his message?
I mean, I mean, I agreed the fuck out of it.
Right. But.
Yeah, I said I do think that a lot of what he says is stuff that I don't think is going to be news to anyone here.
Right. Okay. I mean, okie doke then. So,
one thing I did want, there was a crazy thing that just came across my Twitter feed, Kev.
Go on then.
I'll just shoot at you in the
right.
in the DMs.
Please do, yeah. Another thing I wanted to just take a look at maybe is the my old friend Cog.
Oh yes, I do want to watch that.
Talking to Sangeeta Maiska, which is that's quite a get actually. That's a serious interview target, you know. Which I'm genuinely so proud of. Well, all of my peeps, you and Curtis and Cog, and you're making your way in the world, and rightly fucking so. You're awesome.
We just need to get you on up into the big leagues as well, and then we'll have all made it.
It's not. I don't think it's going to happen for me. I'm too much of a prick. Okay, what is this?
I mean, to be fair, like it would kind of ruin your channel if you had to tone down the memes just so that you became safe for TV. You know, that would ruin the appeal if you didn't. Yeah. If you stopped talking about fingering dead fascists.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. What's the point of any of this without fingering dead fascists? No, exactly. I'm joking. Well, I mean, I can do it, right? Like when I go on with Curtis, I can do serious news talk, and I can do proper discussion and debate, like I did with Bowler Hat Man. So I can do it. I just don't find it very interesting. Which is a problem.
Yeah, and as I said, like that's what someone who mentioned on my stream. Like, Helena, we'd love you to have your own questions. I'm like, yeah, but then you know full well someone from the Telegraph's gonna crawl through my content and go, question time. Guest once said that Suella Braverman should be drowned in the Channel, and then like, yeah, that would be a whole thing.
True, but the thing is, that's why I'd love to do it, because I'd just be bollocks out about it and just be like, yeah, I fucking said that shit. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? To feel bad about it.
Yeah, no, she's a piece of shit. Fuck her. You're all wankers. They're arresting 80-year-olds for daring to say the thing that we can't say anymore because it's illegal. And you want me to sit here pearl clutching over some shit that was said 10 years ago. Suck a dick.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah, exactly.
But that's precisely why they would never, ever have me on. Ever.
And here, so imagine getting announced on Question Time. And Kevin Logan, YouTuber and political commentator, who once said that he would finger Anton Pavlich on a stream in 2023.
Yeah, exactly. And I fucking flew all the way there. I flew out, I found his secret grave in Croatia, and I fingered the shit out of his corpse. You're not going to fucking stop me either. Anyway. I'll just sit there going, yeah, Tito was right. Fuck off. Anyway. But that's by the by.
And sent to the Shadow Realm.
Exactly. I find myself in prison forever. Literally forever. Okay, so what is this story, right? Okay. An undercover operation targeting child sex predators in the Las Vegas Valley over 2 weeks resulted in the arrest of 8 individuals, according to a release from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. And then there's a list of people there. 8 face charges of luring a child with a computer for a sex act. Okay, that's pretty fucking serious. The executive director of Israel's National Security Directorate was arrested last week in Las Vegas in child predator ring sting. That's an unfortunate phrase. This guy works directly under Netanyahu, Cal Surprise. So of course he was allowed to go back to Israel. What the Jesus Christ! Oh, how cocked are you, America? How cocked are you? Even when it's a blatant Israeli nonce, you're just like, nah, see you later, bro. They could just, why not just say it's literally impossible for any Israeli to ever face any consequences in America for anything?
He was under arrest. He was fucking in fucking jail.
Yeah.
And they just gone like, actually, mate, instead, what we're gonna do is just let you fucking fly back to Israel.
Here he is, Tom Alexandrovich. Very, very Middle Eastern name you'll find there. Lovely.
Levantian.
Yes, there he is, Tom Artyom Alexandrovich, 38. So again, this wasn't even just like they checked a hard drive. They had lured a child to a specific location so that presumably these 8 people could engage in what nonces engage in, because they're evil cunts. Yeah, that's really pathetic, America. That's really, really embarrassingly bad. And it sort of goes to show you the kind of juxtaposition between this and sort of a slightly connected story, I suppose, of the victimhood narrative of certain people. Did you see this story? A Queen's Bodega, so a shop in New York, called Gaza Deli and Grill, ignites fears amongst Jewish New Yorkers, including October the 7th survivor, quote, "I'm still not safe," unquote.
Oh, it's real kind of Hamas Doncaster Brigade shit, isn't it?
It's the most mental thing. So, again, just draw the comparison between Israelis trying to rape American children. That's absolutely fine. A Gaza... just a shop called Gaza. Just a shop. It's a fucking shop where you can buy food.
Which is crazy, because, like, Israel wants Gaza.
Yeah.
The whole point of this whole fucking thing was so that they could annex Gaza, so that the historic city of Gaza would become a part of Greater Israel, right?
Yeah.
Although they probably end up calling it with some other name, like they did with all the other places that they ethnically cleansed from the Nakba until today. But like that's literally the whole point. It's the Israel want. Why?
What about this makes you not safe at all? It's a fucking shop.
Well, I guess it's a free parking sign, isn't it?
Terrorist falafel. I didn't realise a deli could be that bad. But then again,
with a deli weapon.
Hey, I see what you've done there. Yeah. So again, elect a pederast, expect pederasts to walk free, I suppose, is the lesson for America.
I don't know if you saw this other story, another insane story about misapplied justice from the United States, which fucking Pam Bondi, the Attorney General Pam Bondi tweeted about this, where the Trump administration tried to get federal felony charges on a guy for throwing a Subway sandwich at a member of ICE.
That's even worse than the Havana syndrome stuff, or I got passive high from being near some crack. Like it's a sandwich. It's a sandwich. Behaviour. Unless it was a sandwich from Gaza, in which if it was a sandwich from the Gaza deli, then it was actually a suicide attack, is what it was, clearly. And this needs to be treated not just as felony assault, terrorism charges. He needs to be put on trial alongside Bin Laden and fucking executed, because clearly that's the only response you can have.
Not just Bin Laden, but also the blind wheelchair-bound guy from London. They're all terrorists. They're just as terroristic as each other.
Yeah, I did do that. Yeah, a blind guy in a wheelchair was arrested as a terrorist. Interestingly, again, just to juxtapose that with cheeky little story from the UK. So there've been these outside of migrant hotel type places, or hotels with migrants in them. They've been having these concerned parents rallies, which is basically just far right scumbags. And thankfully, the police were there to make sure that there was no weird, violent shite take place. Except, there's literally a man with a flag that says, "Kill 'em all, let God sort 'em out."
But you know what? Saying you oppose genocide, that is terrorism.
But if you say you support, let's say you oppose Palestine inaction. Let's put it that way.
Someone got arrested for that.
Yeah.
Someone got arrested for holding up a meme from fucking Private Eye.
Yeah, someone did. I don't know that anyone has been arrested yet for the Plasticine action. Although that's very possible that meme will also be arrested. But the police literally stood right there, right in front of it. Absolutely fine. No problems with that whatsoever. So when they talk about a two-tier justice system, they're correct, but in the exact opposite way they mean.
On the subject of a two-tier justice system,
yes.
Should we talk about the Ricky Jones stuff?
If you wish.
Because it actually makes my piss not just boil, but sublimate. Right?
Right.
Like, the fact that it's being described as two-tier policing when Lucy Connolly pled guilty upon the advice of her barrister, and Ricky Jones pled not guilty and was acquitted in trial by jury. And for some reason, the conspiracy rightoids are trying to somehow say that it's an elite stitch-up, when quite literally, trial by jury is the best defense against state power. It is the ultimate representation of the will of the people, or of popular consent over the rule of the elite. Actually makes me to want to go full Sudoku. Like, just how fucking stupid these people have to be.
Well, I don't think it's stupidity, it's dishonesty. I think they're fully aware of the difference between the two, and they don't care. It's just rhetoric. The right wing they never give a shit about honesty or truth. That's not what their game is. It's power. It's power, and it's playing victimhood, and that's all they're in. That's all they're going to do.
It's true. Like, they always claim to be about law and order, but in reality, they only care about half of that. They care about order, and they care about order as long as it fulfills only what they deem to be what should be ordered.
Yep.
And the law is but a means to that end.
And
of course, in true conservative fashion, it is there to protect the in-group and to be weaponized against the out-group.
Yeah.
They don't actually believe this is two-tier policing. They just believe that the conservative white middle-class lady, Lucy Connolly, the conservative councillor's wife, is the in-group, so she should be protected by law for the sake of order, and that Ricky Jones should be sent down because he is not from that in-group. It's as simple as that.
Very much so, yeah. And apparently a man wearing a Plasticine Action shirt was arrested and then de-arrested 15 minutes later. Which just, goes to prove exactly what I've been saying, is that this has got nothing to do with them even applying the letter of the law of terrorism. It's they want to disperse anti-Israel demonstrations because the government don't want anti-Israel protests.
No, they don't. It also shows you why the police, you need fewer grades to work there than to work at McDonald's.
Yeah. But you've also got to have, like, as we can see from this fine officer, you've got to be able to turn a blind eye when it suits.
Yeah, it's just like really weird how you never see police officers and the KKK at the same rallies.
Well, you do, but they're often looking into a mirror. Whoa, satire, Kev. Amazing. Anyway,
but I just want to just on the Ricky Jones stuff is that there was another point I was going to make that was really salient, and it's just fucking gone out of my head because I'm stuck at my job. What was I going to say about him?
Ricky Jones. I keep misunderstanding.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know me if you watch this stream, you know full well that I absolutely despise Keir Starmer in basically every single possible way, and I will take any legitimate means with which to attack him. But what they're trying to do, these people on the right, is somehow blame Keir Starmer as the Prime Minister for the fact that Lucy Connolly was sent down for pleading guilty and that Ricky Jones was acquitted by jury, even though these are completely incomparable, as somehow being the Prime Minister's fault, when the laws that these people violated were passed by Conservative majority governments, or one was the coalition government, which was a Conservative Lib Dem coalition.
Yeah.
And the Director of Public Prosecutions, who oversaw the CPS whilst they pressed charges against both Jones and Connolly, was appointed in November of 2023 when the Conservative Party was in government, right? It was literally right-wing law done by a right-wing Director of Public Prosecutions, and there was at no point at which anybody who's in this current government was involved throughout the entirety of the justice process here. Like, then the amount of conspiracy bullshit, I'm just like, well, the barrister was primed that he was a lefty lawyer and he wanted to send her down, even though she was the reasonably well-off middle-class Conservative councillor's wife who chose the barrister for herself, right? Like how cooked in the brain do you have to be able to invent such a ridiculous situation to justify it? And Tory fucking MPs are doing this as well. I saw Chris Philp, Zach Goldsmith, former London Mayor candidate for the Tory party. They were both going on about being two-tier policing. Just, again, I mean, if you're Chris Philp, I guess the confusing trial by jury with a guilty plea that doesn't go to trial is the new confusing the Democratic Republic of the Congo with Rwanda.
Very much so. That's very much his sort of IQ. Yes. To the person in chat who said, where are we? Kill 'Em All is this debut studio album by American heavy metal band Metallica, blah, blah, blah. That's true, right? But I don't think that's referenced here. I don't see anything about that. And also, even if it were, that would still be pretty fucking problematic, considering that's a direct quote from an American Confederate general during the American Civil War. When asked how all this was going to end, he famously said, kill 'em. Kill 'em all.
Well then.
So, you know, it's that would be bad if it were referencing that album as well, but also it isn't. He means to just literally murder all of his enemies, including the innocent brown people in the building across the street.
Sam in chat asks, so are we for or against Ricky Jones going to prison? I don't have a moral position on this. He was acquitted by a jury of his peers. That is how the justice system works, and that's good enough for me. Like,
I have to say, I think that's something of a cop-out. Because there are plenty of other instances where we've both sat here, I think, and said that we agree or disagree with some legal ruling, for instance, right? So I don't think you can just write it off as, well, the justice system says so, because the justice system is led by wankers for the purpose of enforcing laws passed by wankers. So I sort of don't care, really. I understand the practicalities of how that works, but like I don't, on a personal sort of moral level, I think what he did was fucked up and wrong. And if you're gonna, I don't necessarily think he deserved a prison sentence for it, but some kind of punishment, because he did call for the slitting of people's throats in public on microphone. That's not a small thing, I don't think. If you're gonna say that saying I support X group is illegal and you can get 14 years, and if you're gonna say posting on Facebook about burning down hotels is bad, then I don't see how this is fundamentally, in terms of the actual application of morality, how that's different. Now, I understand, like I say, she pled guilty and he didn't, he went to trial, etc., etc. But fundamentally, what is what he did different to what she did?
I mean, we haven't heard all of the evidence that was given in the case. You know, these are obviously different things. The barrister would have made assumptions based upon the evidence that had already been provided. But that, be that as it may, I think it's perfectly reasonable to make these comparisons, but I think it's also worth pointing out no one slit any actual throats in terms of the level of incitement. There was no
No,
racial
that's
element
true.
to it.
That's
It was
true.
ideologically motivated rather than racially motivated. Hers was racially motivated, and that's what she pled guilty to. People did actually go and try and burn down a hotel, right? So if you're going to look at the incitement here, well, maybe the things that were said could be made comparable, but the actual reality of the situation, especially given the fact that when it comes to how people are sentenced, which a lot of the other things talk about here is the length of the sentence, which we both already agreed at the time was too harsh on Lucy Connolly. I think we both agreed when the sentence was given down. But this is in contextual with the fact that during times of civil unrest, the CPS is told by the sentencing guidelines to maximize prison sentences to act as a deterrent effect for further unrest, which is different in times where there isn't much unrest, especially when it's the people not doing the unrest, which Ricky Jones was a part of. He was part of something that wasn't particularly related, but I digress. There is definitely a point to be made about the sentencing guidelines, though. But again, like, you can't blame the current government for this. This is sentencing guidelines that's done independently.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot blame the current government for that. But, and again, I don't want to be sort of pedantic about this, but I think it's worth sort of bringing up. If we're going to say it's dependent on the outcome of other events, then you're not punishing someone for the things they did, you're punishing them for the things other people did. Which it seems like a really odd thing, because, like, for instance, you could publish the most racist, vile, violent, evil shit imaginable, but as long as no one acts on it, then you've got no grounds to do anything, right? Which is obviously not how anything works. We judge people based on their own actions, not necessarily on other people's actions, unless it's a direct order, which obviously in this case it couldn't realistically be seen as.
I guess it comes down to the case of, if Lucy Connolly actually went to trial, would she have been acquitted, given the evidence, again, that they heard that we didn't, because this is stuff that's not necessarily public. We can't make those kind of value judgments about the judicial system. But when it comes to Ricky Jones's trial and what happened in a vacuum, if we take Lucy Connolly's guilty plea out of it, because we don't know what happened if she had gone to trial and pled innocent, could it have been construed that it was being said symbolically rather than as a direct action? Again, you can make that case for Lucy Connolly. I think she probably got away with it if she did. I think, again, if the jury, especially one that is made up of a country which is pretty well known for its authoritarian nature, is going to acquit him, then that is what the justice system is there to do. And I'm rather people get judged to be not guilty by a jury of their peers than to be part of the kind of broader kind of mob rule idea of whatever the national consensus is over what they did without full information. This is clearly, obviously, as you I think obviously you said before, like, the process is the process, right? But the judicial system itself, I agree with you, is set up in a manner which does lend itself to authoritarianism, and the best check we have against it is the fact that guilty verdicts are, especially in the trial, I don't forget what kind of trial it is. It's not a magistrate's trial, is it? When you go to a jury, I guess it's a jury trial.
Yeah, no, it's a jury. So it'd have to be either regional or Crown Court.
Yeah. So if things do go to Crown Court, then that's the way of checking the power of the state. So again, it totally undermines this point people are making about
it's the only way you
kind of elite stitch up.
Yeah, it's literally the only way you can stop a government from doing anything. If we remember the illegal proroguing of Parliament, that was literally private citizens taking the government to court. And the courts went, the government acted illegally. Right? That's the way you do that. But to Kieran, our Prime Minister anal sex correspondent, who on this occasion has annoyed me by talking out of his anus, when he says, Kev learns about conspiracy. No, this is clearly not an action of conspiracy. Conspiracy is working in cahoots with other people. You are acting alongside of other people, rather than incitement, which is obviously a disconnected thing. She wasn't personally ringing up people going, get down to X, Y, and Z place and burn down the hotel. Look, that would be conspiracy. That's a different thing. Yeah. So don't be silly, okay? Otherwise,
I think it's the actual charge. Yeah. I think it's the actual charge that Lucy Connolly went down with was racial hatred charges.
Yes.
Which I think is completely, that doesn't make sense to me, given the reality is that whether there was racially motivated or not, and I think that'll probably increase the sentence if it was, but the broader problem here is that she, whether doing it facetiously or unseriously or without any desire for it to happen, it was the incitement towards what was basically a terror attack.
Yeah.
An attack against civilians for a political cause, right?
Mm.
In my mind, I would describe that as a terror attack.
Yeah.
And that's what happened, right? Like that's the contextually.
Yeah.
That's the reality of this stuff. And again, you can talk about the sentencing, talk about what happened if we go to trial, blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
the weird to me, the racial element was what she was brought down on, and not not the broader situation. But that's me not being a professional law person.
Yeah. Someone got 6 months for nicking a bottle of water. Well, yeah, because that's, I mean, firstly, we don't know their priors. Like, if you're breaking into Greggs, it's probably not a first offence, I imagine. I imagine you've got a crime litany of petty crimes behind you. Yeah, it's still breaking and entering and all that sort of thing. So
if you want to talk about the long sentence as well with regards to the context of the riots, this is why if you read the stuff about Keir Starmer's time as head of the Crown Prosecution Service, he was the DPP during the 2011 riots, right?
Yeah.
And he specifically made an order during those riots to be as punitive as possible to people found engaging in criminality, again, as a means of trying to dissuade others from engaging in it.
Yeah.
This is why we have this very famous story of Keir Starmer deporting a Portuguese man for stealing a scoop of ice cream during the riots, because he was on a visa and it got cancelled because he was engaging in looting during the riot by what is entirely picking up a scoop of ice cream from a looted ice cream shop, not liking the flavour, and then dropping it on the floor.
True, but it's still criminality, and if you're on a visa,
True.
you've got to be a little smarter than that, I think.
I mean, I agree, but it is very funny that that's the story that you get out of Charles Starmer's time.
Whereas it should be
and of course, Stavel.
Well, yeah, that as well. But, I mean, what he should be remembered for is him personally intervening to make sure that Jimmy Savile didn't face any charges, which he definitely did. That's, for legal reasons, that is a joke. We have no evidence that he ever saw that case whatsoever. Anyway. So, with that thoroughly dealt with, should we move on to Ash Sarkar, or do you want to go with...
Let's go with Cog. That sounds
more interesting. You want to go with
interesting.
Cog? Okay. Oh, well, that's the one I don't have lined up already, which is rather frustrating. Where are you, Cog? Come on now, boy. You're definitely here. Where are you? You bastard. There he is. Right. So I'm with Sangeeta Maiska, famously sacked by LBC for totally the number of people that were listening, and not the fact that she was being vaguely humane towards Palestinians at all.
No, but James O'Brien is an anti-Semite, Kev.
Well, he is. He's the new Hamas. We know this.
Hamas O'Brien.
True. Okay,
See, it's only 3 letters different, Hamas and James. You see what I'm saying?
Well, in some Spanish-speaking countries, it's literally pronounced James. So it's almost there.
Just need to get him on a paragliding course and we're all set.
Exactly. Get him to Doncaster immediately. I know he doesn't like going north, but we can coax him. We'll sell him as a Waitrose or something.
Oh, Brexit voters! Ugh.
Yeah, tell him we're not going as far north as Sunderland. You'll be all right. Okay, so here's Ben, as they're calling him. He will always be Cog to me. Yeah. My little cogling. It's talking to Sangeeta Maiska, which is fucking awesome. Good for him.
So, I'm Ben. I'm not used to introducing myself as Ben. I've always previously been Cog when I've done stuff for Turn Left, but as we're doing live events and stuff now, I've gone with Ben as my name.
Isn't it your real name?
Let's turn up a bit, please.
It's just the way you said it.
Oh, sorry. Is it quite... Oh, my bad.
You need Ben as my name.
Yeah, I was very nervous to like put that out there, but but that's out there now. I'm very very honoured, really, to be sitting down with Sangeeta Maiska. Like, I never thought this would happen. First of all, how are you doing?
Really well. And also, you've nailed the first rule of journalism. Flatter to death the person you're about to interview in order just to get them really relaxed, and then you can pounce. Well done. My real name is Ben. I like it.
I better just like write down pounce somewhere in my notes so that I remember to do it later on. But I've got a couple of questions that I picked up during your keynote speech. It was fantastic. But there was a phrase that I picked up that I was really interested in, because you...
Where was he speaking to her? Media Democracy Festival. Okay.
Used the phrase, journalism is a trade and not a profession. Why do you say that?
I say that because the way to become a journalist is by doing it, not by having a piece of paper. And this isn't to disregard all of the very many fantastic master's degrees that are out there, but so you understand a bit about my background, I would not have been able to become a journalist had I not won scholarships and had I not eventually won a BBC traineeship. In fact, I wouldn't have been able to get a higher education had I not, back in the day when they were available, have a full maintenance grant to get into university because my family couldn't afford to support me through higher education. So I come.
Something that we don't have anymore. Thank you, Tony Blair.
Yay! And also
Yippee.
thank you, Nick Clegg. Appreciate you both.
Out and I think,
Now, for anyone wondering, David Cameron was also involved in all of that, and George Osborne. But you expect Tories to try and fuck you.
I mean,
really
likewise with Red Tories.
Yeah, true.
a journalist, and I trained. I took a typing course, and I learned how to become an office assistant. And I would work as an office assistant, and then I would take time out. I'd use that money to pay my rent in a shared house. I would then take weekends and evenings and go and volunteer to work in different places. And then I started applying to universities to do master's courses, and then won 2 scholarships. But then in that same year, win a place on what was then called the BBC News Trainee Scheme. And it was an incredible scheme. You could apply, you did not have to have academic qualifications. There was no upper age limit. They encouraged people who had different careers. They welcomed people who had a full state education, like me. Socioeconomic background wasn't important. They just did a set of very, very vigorous testing, and you had to demonstrate that you had done, to the best of your ability, as much journalism as you could do, given your circumstances. They then gave us a small stipend.
Okay, that's nice, but how do you then explain how Laura Koonsberg exists?
Well, she's award-winning.
I mean, true, that is true, but I mean, the Razzies exist, so presumably this was the journalistic equivalent, right?
True.
Worst journalist of the year. Journalist spelt with a Z.
And we were then farmed out around the country to BBC local radio stations and regional broadcasters, and we learnt the trade. And we learnt the trade from people who had lived and worked in their regions, who understood their patches, and who were, in my case, most of the time, not always, really quite kind. And they allowed us to fail before we were able to succeed, because you never learn anything from your successes. You will always learn from your biggest failures. And I do think, I mean, you probably picked this up, I have a big bee in my bonnet about the elitism of the journalistic world. I think people like me, from my background, child of immigrants, no money, living...
Are you telling me, Sangeeta Maiska, that there are people in this world, like, say, the entire staff of the Telegraph, who are just posh wankers getting by on doing fuck all and just spouting rubbish that Rupert Murdoch
Stealing
likes?
a living.
You apologise to Camilla Tominay immediately.
I describe these people as opinion spewers.
Yeah.
That's what they are.
Well, absolutely.
My parents, because they came here in the middle of their lives, were most of the time living paycheck to paycheck. It would be very difficult now for someone like me to make it into the media. Why? Because of the number of cuts, because the ending of schemes like the one I was on, because it costs thousands of pounds in debt to get a master's degree, because if, for example, you want to get onto a traineeship within the big news broadcasters, Sky, ITV, or the BBC, you have to have already ploughed loads of money into getting a master's degree, which you might not have. That automatically precludes people who are lower down the socioeconomic ladder. And those people are not untalented. They just can't afford the qualification to get them the scheme that will then accelerate their careers. That is problematic, and it's creating a situation where only those who can rely on the bank of mum and dad or who have connections can enter journalism. And that means the people who are most likely to question the boss classes are the ones who are essentially locked out. And that's what you want. You want dissenting voices. You want people who have a different perspective. You want people with a lived experience.
No, see, Sangeeta, this is where you've got it wrong. You want dissenting voices. The people who run the media definitely do not. And that's why it is the way it is. That's not a bug. That is very much how it is intended to run.
Well, exactly. It's a material interest, of course it is. And that's the thing as well, is that it's compounded doubly. First of all, by the material interests of the people who run the news organisations, but also compounded by the fact that the people who become journalists, who go in the same circles of these people, all go to the same schools, they all went to the same universities, they've all got the same sector of society, right? Like it should, like when people talk about the BBC being biased, I'm like, well, there is a problem with BBC bias, but what it is just a UK journalist bias, right? Like they all essentially piss in the same pot, and people will move from paper to paper, and they will carry their biases with them. There's a reason why, like, Allegra Stratton worked at the BBC, then worked for ITV, and then was the Downing Street press officer, and was married to the guy who was best man at Rishi Sunak's wedding, who was also a writer for The Spectator and The Telegraph. Like, there's a reason why this dynamic exists, and it's not because, I mean, it's partly because there is a material interest in ensuring people are people who perpetuate a system that is the cultural hegemony, as Gramsci would call it. But on top of this, there just is a class of people who become journalists and who get their mates jobs at the papers, and it's because they are in the same class of people, not just an economic class, but a social class as well.
Yeah.
I'm really, really worried that is becoming harder and harder and harder.
You're right. Your passion for that does come across. I was going to ask the follow-up question, actually. In terms of elitism in journalism, you noted in your speech that you're 3 times more likely to be a journalist if you went to a private school. But why does the idea of meritocracy persist in media and more widely in society, despite the evidence that we don't really live in a meritocratic society?
I would suggest that if you are the group of people who hold the levers of power, the last thing you want to admit is that you may have had advantages bestowed upon you as a result of your connections or your educational background or inherited financial...
Are you telling me, Sangeeta Maiska, that if Boris Johnson had been born on a council estate, he'd be dead or in jail? And not, in fact, have been a former Prime Minister and Mayor of London and written for all of the newspapers in racist ways?
Yeah, but you forgot, he also managed to zip line across Britain, across London.
Across part of London, yes.
Halfway.
And he did headbutt former German international Gordino in the nutsack. That's a literal thing that
and knocked
actually
over
happened.
a kid.
He did barrel through a kid as well, which, to be honest with you, solid piece of rugby. If that kid didn't want to eat the smoke, don't walk on the field, dickhead.
Yes, it's honestly, it's a great thing talking about meritocracy. I was watching the Anne Widdecombe shit that Zach Polanski posted, and she was like, I can't believe it's a tax on people wanting to pass down stuff for their kids that's already been taxed. I'm like, well, hang on a minute, I thought you miss meritocracy.
Yeah.
Do you actually believe in inheritocracy? Because the people who won the uterus lottery to be born to rich parents, they'd have fuck all to earn that money.
What do you mean I should have to pay tax on all of Gloucestershire? No, my kids should just get that and that's fine, just like the king did.
The Duchy of Lancaster.
Anyway, everyone go and follow Boy Meets Minnie, who is awesome.
True.
Or knowledge capital. That's a really uncomfortable place to be. Just to be clear, I'm not saying that they aren't talented people, but I'm saying
I am saying
the
that.
privileges and advantages that you have, right? As immigrants, who fled, well, we came here because our family was fleeing political and social turmoil in the country where my parents were born, where I was born.
Like, I am literally saying, everyone who comes out of Eton is a fucking idiot. They're just a very, very, very confident idiot. And they're a fucking sociopath. That place is the greatest creator of mental health problems that become everyone else's fucking problem in the world.
Literally. So true.
Look, I'm sorry that the fucking Sultan of Brunei's great-great-grandnephew bummed your silly when you were 12. Why am I now having to not have any libraries, you cunts? What the fuck?
So something came up on my TikTok feed today, and honestly, they were so real for this. It was like if someone proposed a library today, having us not already had libraries, that would never have gotten off the ground, right? Literally, it would have been like a Jeremy Corbyn broadband communist proposal, book communism.
Communism.
Yeah, literally, if we didn't have existing libraries, it's like, how about a place that's paid for by the state where people can go and read books for free? And free books? You mean not distributed by the market, you commie?
I didn't get free books, so no one else should get free books.
Where my grandparents had been working from the age of 21, right? 3 generations of a family, and we had to just move. So then to come to a country and start again, I think it's just given me a really interesting insight into what it is like to be disenfranchised, right? And, ordinarily my family would have been, very comfortable with a comfortable, secure income and a sort of all of the things, or some of the things that I've just described. Obviously, there were limits on that because my family was obviously part of, were born and worked and existed within the framework of Britain's colonial empire, right? So there were limits to everything. But I think to answer your question, I think it's really, so I can recognize, some of the privilege that I had, right? My dad was a professional. On the other hand, my mother was denied an education from the age of 13 by her father and was treated incredibly shabbily by all the men around her when she tried to equalize her educational capital. So I recognize that I've had some privilege in terms of the ideas that circulated in the house. News was always on. I would say my parents had, putting it kindly, a rather laissez-faire attitude to what we read and watched and saw. Nothing was ever sort of off limits. We were my older brother and sister particularly were encouraged to, in fact, be Labour Party young socialists back in the day. We talked about
I knew she was a commie. I knew it. I could sense.
As you do, yeah, exactly. Of course she is. She's anti-Israel.
Well, exactly.
Politics.
Which means you must be communist. Because remember, Kev, according to Siobhan McDonough, anti-Semitism, anti-capitalism is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, which would have been some news to one of the original supporters of the State of Israel, Joseph Vissarionovich Jugashvili, otherwise known as Stalin.
Stalin.
Okay, my bad.
Earliest memories is being taken on an anti-nuclear campaign. I remember it very well because I remember being in the pram and it being a very hot day. So, all of these things, that's a privilege, right? Being in a household where these ideas are circulating, that's a privilege. I get that. I really get that. One of the few possessions that my parents brought from East Africa were 3 volumes of the Reader's Digest Encyclopedia. These little things matter. They really matter.
Imagine having to look in an encyclopedia. Jesus Christ, what kind of savages.
I mean, I was ranting to my parents today. It's like in the old days, you used to actually have to go and find the book and the chapter of the thing that you wanted. And people went and did that to find information up. And now people have the entirety of the world's information from all of human history available on a fucking rectangle in their pocket. And they use it to play Candy Crush.
My dad will still look up how to spell words in a dictionary. He owns a dictionary.
I mean, you know what? Slay.
I mean, yeah, but
at least
also
he's actually looking up. At least he's looking up the information rather than going, "Oh, I don't know what this is. Must be woke."
I know he sort of does that as well, but I don't think he understands what it even means at all. Well, I suppose it doesn't really mean anything. Anyway, the point being, I've said to him before, just go back and live in the fields, you fucking muck savage. And he says, and he says, that's racist, Kev. To which I say, I can't be racist. My dad's Irish. And he goes, checkmate. He doesn't. He tells him to fuck off.
Because as a kid, as you're flicking through, you might not understand it all, but you see the pictures and you understand the words. And there's possibly someone in the house who, if they have time, can point to something that you might find interesting, right? These are privileges. I own those privileges. But I also know what it's like to be back in the day in a Northwest London state school, well before Tony Blair did that massive cash injection into London schools. My school was adjacent to an absolutely massive council estate on one side and then private housing on the other. It was a genuinely comprehensive experience.
Well, that's basically London. It's just massively private housing, horrific poverty, massive private housing, horrific poverty. Central London, and then just nothing. It's the weirdest place. Even with gentrification, you can still walk down what seems like a fucking street from the ghetto or some shit, and then all of a sudden you're next to townhouses worth 20 million just around the corner, and you're like, what the fuck is this weird patchwork nonsense? How does anything happen here?
It's just, I mean, I guess this is the this kind of beauty of council housing is the fact that it's this kind of barrier to gentrification. You have to gentrify around the council estates.
Yeah. Well, literally, I mean, you can tell gentrification in London, especially like the Mews houses, which was literally former stables that are now worth like £10 million a piece. Mad.
Yeah, just like Jeremy Corbyn's house, millionaire jam man Hitler.
True. Oh, and I found out because I was watching a thing with him. You know the bit at the end of Turn Left, where he comes on and says, "Oh, support Turn Left," and I say at Heil Hitler or whatever, right? That was actually filmed in a thing called the Peace Garden, which exists in his constituency. They've got a peace garden. That's just a thing.
Wow. How very woke.
How very woke. It's like a hippie commune, North London.
In that it reflected society, right? And it was a mini crucible of how most people are. And as I said in the speech, I don't like the word higher up, but the further I moved in my career to what is sometimes described, as I said, by my colleague Megan Mohan, as the prime real estate of news, mainstream UK broadcasting, the more I realised there's really very few people around me now that are like me. And therefore, very few people that have my perspective, not just on the news, but on working conditions, on elitism, on institutional bias, on institutionalization, right? And that is an advantage, but it can also feel like a very lonely place to be.
In the book The Authority Gap by Meritocracy, she
You little.
Oh, someone's read books.
You fucking little bitch. Oh, look at me, I'm literate. Humble brag with you.
I'm talking to a professional journalist.
I've got book learnings. Fucking briefcase.
She uses a metaphor. She says that acknowledging privilege or advantage is often like trying to acknowledge a current in a river. It's like so subtle that often you don't pick it up unless you are being swept down the river, of course. Then you tend to be able to see it more, and it's tempting to ignore it. It's always tempting to ignore the privileges that we have, because
Shut up, buckwanker.
and those privileges can feel like undermining our own sense of where we came from, gets at the core of our identity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets the core of, do I deserve to be here?
Yeah.
Right? Do I deserve to be here? I think, and now I'm straying into controversial area, given your media outfit is called A Media for Socialism. I do think that when we have these conversations about lived experiences and privilege, it would help if the conversations are a bit more like the one we're having, where we're not weaponizing it. It isn't a stick with which to beat people, but simply to say, this is the framework in which we exist. Okay. We recognize ourselves, we recognize that in others, but how do we then find solutions?
I think the problem, though, I mean, she's correct. Obviously, I'm not saying that she's incorrect, because it absolutely is true that if you want to win people around on this stuff, you have to baby them because they don't like being told things they don't necessarily find easy to accept. But it is very frustrating to me that for so long, like, the concept of a comparative adjective was so completely alien to how, like, the people on the right that we were trying to discuss this stuff with when we were talking about social privilege, right? And they're just like, well, I'm from X and Y Z background, I'm not privileged, as if it's like a binary thing. I'm like, no, but you're comparatively so on this social axis, because someone from the same class background had the same situation as you, but who was part of a different social group, had to deal with challenges that you don't have to deal with, which is a uniquely privileged position they're in. I'm like, it doesn't mean that you do what you do, you are privileged in totality. And I just, for some reason, I mean, obviously that's very much 2017, 2016 discourse that is passed. It just very frustrated me. It's like this concept was instantly clicked for me, that this wasn't a Boolean proposition people were trying to put towards me, but it was about a comparative over these particular social issues. And the fact that some people just didn't get that, I don't know, it rubbed me up the wrong way.
Yeah, that's fair. There's no real segue. Just you can give us both mono in the various ways you usually can.
Subscribe now!
Jesus fucking Christ! I was not expecting that. Okay. And you can give me money to put on the bowler hat, which I was going to wear for the bowler hat thing, but it arrived 3 days late. So I literally have a bowler hat for nothing now. Worthless. Except you can give me money to wear it, I guess. I don't know. Whatever.
On. How do we move on the conversation to something that's tangible and beneficial to everyone?
You mentioned in your speech a lot about the BBC and how trust in media is at a historic low. Emily Maitlis stated that one of her reasons, more recently stated that one of her reasons for leaving the BBC, but not all of the reason, to be fair to Emily, was...
Emily, you're on first name terms with Emily Maitlis now, are you? God, he's changed with all the success. He really is. He's forgotten all about us, I guarantee you. Look at him. Hoity-toity.
The level to which she felt interfered with by what she didn't specify, but I presume by the editors. How can the BBC undo the damage that's been done to its impartiality in the past decade? Is there anything that you think could start to shift the narrative back into one where the BBC, which is still a very respectable institution, don't get me wrong, but can start to undo some of the damage that's taken?
Yeah, I obviously have a huge amount of fondness for BBC because I wouldn't have the career I had I not won a place on the BBC News Trainee Scheme, or BBC Training Reporter Scheme as it was called, and benefited from a stipend and them helping pay for my rent and placing me in local and regional newsrooms where I learnt the trade, right? Had it not been for that scheme, which is now ended, I wouldn't have had the huge advantage of the career that I've had, right? Which is at once incredibly hard work, but also delivered for me incredible things in terms of witnessing history and having the ability to influence and change policy and hold politicians to account and that kind of thing. To your question about how can the BBC repair damage to its reputation, listen, it navigates an incredibly difficult and ever-changing course, right? I think it's fair to say that. I think it's very important to see that the BBC is not one huge lump. BBC News isn't one huge lump, actually. When I was there, and I left about 3 years ago now, so there have been changes since. It was very interesting to move from program. I did quite a lot of moving internally, and each program and outlet had its own culture that are broadly under the umbrella of BBC News and Current Affairs. And so a lot of your experience as a journalist are dependent on the team, on the culture within the program, and frankly, the editorial leadership at that point, right? Wherever you are in the building. I think there has clearly been a downturn in...
Well, it's not just that, but like, specifically when it comes to Israel, the editorship only ever goes one way, and it's only ever massively overly pro-Israel and defensive of Israel in all circumstances, even though that is not remotely comparable to the overall population's opinion. So if the BBC is there to represent the people of Britain to some extent, why does it never have any of the more balanced takes that one would expect?
what's crazy, right, is that the BBC is like one of the less bad ones as well.
Yeah,
When you look at,
absolutely,
like,
yeah.
It's crazy when you look at, like, at least you got like the Jeremy Bowen reports and stuff like that. Bowen has been a real kind of like your light in the darkness when it comes to UK reporting on Israel. Like, just when you look at everything, because BBC obviously on their online content really still does the Hamas-run health industry. The IDF said this, right? Like Hamas-backed, Iran-backed militants, whatever it was. You know, they still do all of that. The précis, the passive voice, or whatever it is, but. You know, at the very least, you get reporting on what's happening in Gaza with what best they can do, and you compare it to what should be the paper of record, the Times, which is of course a Murdoch rag in 2025, right? And it's just endless apology for genocide. It's just fucked up.
Oh, absolutely. I saw there was one of the Murdoch rags in Australia, because you know the Australians either have or are going to recognise Palestine. And so the next day, the Murdoch rag in question, whichever one it was, I don't fucking know, literally had the headline, "A victory for Hamas."
Literally, there was a funny story about that. In one of their newspapers or TV channels, it was 9 News who broke the story. Said that in the wake of Anthony Albanese recognizing the state of Palestine, the co-founder of Hamas had publicly congratulated him and saying that he was a man of great courage. And then literally anybody went to... It was reported all over the media. The opposition party was going, Hamas have praised the Prime Minister of Australia. He's pro-terrorism. And then immediately afterwards, someone from another news station spoke to a Hamas spokesperson, Bassem Naim, and said... Did this guy say this? And he was like, well, no. He's been in Israeli prison for 2 years with no contact with the outside world.
So he might have.
So he hasn't.
They might have been able to telepathically get inside the man's head, and he said, "Hold on, Anthony Albanese, I support this move."
Which is very funny as well, since they literally fucking expelled a senator from the Labour Party, Fatima Payman. The person who, for people who watch my stream, will know is the alert that says, "Chat, is this Prime Minister serious?" She was literally kicked out of the Labour Party forever because she crossed the floor to vote with the Green Party to recognise the state of Palestine, which Anthony Albanese has now done.
What, Bella? Well, it just goes to show you, Labour on all continents are wankers. They just are. Social Democrats, again, to quote a great man, do not trust the Liberals. They will betray you.
Betray you. It's true.
Trust within the BBC, but as I made the point in my speech, it's not just the BBC. The figures that I was quoting were worldwide and across all UK media outlets. All of them, right? So, as you're asking about the BBC, I actually think what it needs to do is also talk about some of the really good stuff it does. For example, it recognises unions. The BBC recognises unions. That is not the case for most private media. And if you have ever been in a situation where you've had to collectively bargain, for example, for improved working conditions or a pay rise, or ensuring that young producers your age are paid more than just the London living wage or below, that's when you realise just how important it is to have to be in a place where unions are recognised and where you can collectively bargain, and where in an environment where the majority of jobs are now short-term contracts and freelancers, where actually your rights are protected. And that is what the BBC, in part, should start talking.
Join a union. Like, literally, they're one of the few bulwarks against the overweening power of capital.
Very, 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 very true. There's a reason why all of the happiest countries in the world all have incredibly high union density.
It's probably the water. Probably clean water.
I mean, it does help when the rivers aren't full of shit.
That is all. I mean, that is literally true, yes.
I will give you that for free, chat.
About. And
you know what we could also have for free? The water companies with expropriation.
We should, absolutely. And send the bosses to fucking jail.
Yeah. My trebuchet making skills are always available.
But no, unfortunately, the government aren't going after the bosses of the water companies, or indeed the shareholders of the water companies. No, they're going after Wikipedia.
Or blind men in wheelchairs. who are, I mean, thank you. Can I just say big ups? Can we definitely not have 1312s in the chat, please? When I say thank you from the bottom of my heart to the Metropolitan Police for keeping us safe from that obvious threat, that danger that lurked amongst us.
The hideous terrorist.
My God. How do you fucking sleep at night? How would you arrest a blind man in a wheelchair as a terrorist and then go home and look at your fucking family? How? Well, if you're a police officer, you just beat them, obviously, but that's a different thing.
It's almost, yeah, like if you do that if you are a class traitor who is addicted to wielding power for power's sake.
True.
Isn't.
No, don't tote 1312. That's the exact opposite of what I requested, chat. It's like you're not even listening to me.
Because, as you say, that journalism is a profession that's it's almost it's performativity in the philosophical sense, construction through being by doing, right? And as such, it is really hard to make broad, sweeping comments on journalism or the state of media as a whole. So I do appreciate you trying to answer these big questions, because they are difficult ones, and we're at the Media Democracy Festival. But media democracy is like a huge topic. So yeah, I just wanted to sort of put that in there. Also mentioned during your speech that Gazans indeed are not being treated as individuals by media outlets. I'd argue they're not being treated as individuals by politicians as well.
I was about to say they've not really been treated that way by the Israeli government either. Yeah.
No, that is true.
I'd agree with that.
Yep. And I think this is also true of the LGBT community, particularly the trans community, of course, and of course women and ethnic minorities, particularly when it comes to statistics to do with violence against women. What I want to know really is, how can our viewers and independent media contributors like us help centre minority perspectives in new media to build a better space?
I can only speak for myself, right? I felt that there were points in my career where big news organizations were not prepared to self-reflect and look at the problems that they had with addressing the very issue that you talked about. And
look, we had Trevor McDonald do news at 10. What more do people want? If that's not enough ethnic minority voices, I don't know what it can possibly be.
Who was the one on the BBC who got like dropped? The woman. She was iconic. I can't remember if I read
Moira Stewart.
Moira Stewart, yeah.
To be fair, she was old as balls. But then again, fucking Trevor McDonald was like 200 when he eventually retired. He's still alive, isn't he, I think?
I can assume so.
We haven't had a day's national mourning for him, so I presume...
To be fair, we've got rid of Trevor McDonald. We now have Trevor Phillips instead. Whilst in between attacking Muslims for existing whilst brown, and that's probably an unfair characterization of his argument, but whatever. He is the person who fucking does the Sky News thing. Although to be fair, he's at the very least better at his job than Laura Koonsberg is.
Well, that's true, but I mean, I've literally passed turds that are better at journalism than she is. Yeah, but I mean, what a generational step down in the Trevors we had there. Unbelievable.
Quite so.
I mean, next time they're going to have, a Trevor that's a fucking house brick? Or a cheese sandwich, perhaps? I don't know.
Once they were forced by the public, I might add, to look at, for example, the demographic makeup of their news presenter lineup. And they were forced, right? None of this happened because the boss classes within established media thought one day, oh, you know what? It's really strange that 16% of the UK population is made up of South Asians, and yet we don't have a single person who is a brown presenter within our 25-person or 50-person presenter lineup. Right? That wasn't something that occurred to them one day. This came entirely from people like you asking questions, the public reacting, and politicians realizing that, oh, maybe we can make a bit of political capital out of this, right? Everybody's got, anybody who holds a lever of power, I would argue, more or less is always looking for the next thing that they can use to either enhance their own influence or capitalize upon it, right? So new media has this incredible opportunity, and I'm really pleased to say I can see it. I can see it changing, and it's palpable, right?
I mean, that's she's generally true, but it is funny that she's saying that in an interview with the middle-class white boy on a new media platform. You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, they are very good at Turn Left in terms of, you know, it's literally hosted. The main host is a brown chap from Bristol, and being from Bristol is the ultimate ethnic minority. They are the real oppressed minority. Those people.
It's true. It's true.
So yeah, like, but
Woke
it's
capital of the country, really.
which they elected a tiny little pixie woman to Parliament, which is just outrageous.
Finally, the Pixies are getting their due parliamentary representation they have for so long been denied.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like they tried to do the suffragette thing, but when you throw yourself in front of a horse and you're that small, it doesn't make much difference. The horse really didn't even notice. It was, you know, less effective. They should have just gone with the bombings instead. Sorry, it's a little suffragette joke. Just reminding the upper class establishment that they can try and make it illegal to protest, but then support the suffragettes who did literal actual terrorism.
Like we fucking, you know. At least I already knew that Yvette Cooper was a total fucking weapon and enemy of humanity.
Yeah.
But looking at Stella Creasy just trying pathetically to defend her embarrassing actions was just something else.
Tragic shit. Fuck me.
And I think you are less constrained by conventional thinking. By the, you know, I did a lot of talking about how conventional narratives are created in establishment media or mainstream media. I think that you have all realized that online you can get information, vast amounts of information that can channel prevailing narratives that are no longer fit for purpose because of the weight of evidence that's counter to it. And that includes things like ensuring that you have a reasonable reflection within your workforce of not just the general population, but the people whose stories you are telling. There is a value in having a lived experience, and a value in hiring or working with those people that recognize that they have lived experience and aren't embarrassed by it or ashamed of it, right? Why do I say that? Because I would say somebody like Suella Braverman, for example, you know, controversially, I will be someone who will say, actually, it was great to have an ethnic minority woman as the first Home Secretary. Do I think that she militated against that very thing? Do I think the language she used put people who are like her with her lived experience in a really precarious environment? Do I think that she failed to take on board what this lived experience brings in terms of knowledge capital?
True, but she was also one of the smuggest pricks who's ever lived.
I mean, I think it's very important that we have ethnic minority backgrounds, people of those backgrounds, such as Sunak, Braverman, and Badenoch, in these positions where they can prove that they have perfectly well assimilated because they're just as racist as everybody else.
Well, exactly, yeah. Just goes to show you, it doesn't matter what race, colour, creed, ethnic background. Everybody is scum. Everybody.
It's true.
Every single person is awful.
Honestly, and I'm just kind of glad that they decided to up the ante, right? We thought Patel was bad. Well, here's Braverman. We thought Braverman was bad. Well, here's Sunak. Or you thought Sunak was bad. Here's Kemi.
Who?
Well, they're bad for different reasons.
Who's that?
Oh, she's the one who do the doom scrolls on her iPhone in her car while she's pretending to get ready for PMQs. True story, by the way.
Oh, the caretaker leader of the opposition. Yeah. Okay.
The interim.
Yeah.
To her policy making, yeah, I think she spectacularly failed at all of those things, right? But I also, controversially, do think it is a marker in the sand when there is a chip in that glass ceiling. It is normalized when somebody sees a black person or a brown person, for example, holding the highest states of office. It does matter. And I know I'm going to get a whole load of bleep for that, but that's just where I stand on it. Right.
I love the phrase "chip in the glass ceiling" because I think that sort of like captures the it's not a total and complete win. It's a the making of progress. I like that.
On that point, can I just say, I do think, I wish that idea could be absorbed more and more widely. I am immensely grateful to the people that came before me in my industry. I remember being a kid, so when I went to high school, I just joined and my brother was in upper six, right? And so we would run home from school. It was such a long bloody walk when you're like 10, 11 years old. But he would bring you home at lunchtime, and then we would burn some cod beef burgers in the grill. Once set it on fire and had to have the fire service attend the house. Anyway, and then we'd eat them quickly and then we'd run away. But when we would come home, we'd put the BBC One on, and Moira Stewart, who was actually an actress, not a
pre-watch,
was reading.
Blatant pre-watch. You can't be bringing up Moira Stewart. That's pre-watch.
Well, to be fair, if I'd have pre-watched, I probably would have remembered her name.
Pre-watch and amnesia.
In the news, Moira Stewart was, to my knowledge, the first black BBC One newsreader. And
yeah, I think so,
I would look at her and I would think, somewhere in my brain, oh, if she can do it, oh, maybe I can do it. And she wasn't a journalist. She was a very good newsreader. She was an actress. And these things matter. They do matter, right? But it is only a chip. So seeing
Pause 1 second.
all the people that came before me.
InfoSuge makes a really good point in chat. A West African princess is not going to relate to a second-generation Windrush citizen just because they're both black, which is 100% true, 100% true. Which is very funny, given the fact that Kemi Badenoch literally is prejudiced against Windrush generation people and to dismiss them as all working on the buses when she and other Nigerians came to the UK to work in banks.
Oh no!
She literally fucking wrote that.
She doesn't what do you call it? Identify as Nigerian anymore, so you can't even say that. She's just British. She's always been here and always been the British person, and that will definitely save her from being fired very soon.
I mean, she's well within her rights to say that. I think it's good actually. The people who live here, regardless of ethnic background. I mean, like you can say that you were a British Nigerian, British, whatever it is, or you say just British, but recognizing part of the community. I think that's a good thing.
No. You can't look if you're born as a Nigerian, you can't change halfway through with your neo-nationalities or whatever. No. I'm not having this. Okay, it's woke.
Nationality fluidity.
Exactly, it's woke madness. Okay, you don't come from they-themistan. Shut up.
Well, that's the thing is that, I mean, on a broader point, is that when, I know I've said this on stream, but I don't know if I did a segment about this, but I'll bring it up now anyway, because my audience is much bigger now. But whenever you bring up chicken tikka masala to an American and you say, this is the national dish of the UK, or of Britain at the very least, and they'll say, what? With all of those Indian spices, stealing food like you stole other people's countries. And I'm just like, look, criticize colonialism all you want, right? But the guy who made it may have been born in Pakistan, or there's Lahore, I think it was Ahmed Ali Aslam. But when he came to the UK, he was a UK citizen when he made the dish. It was made for British palates, and British people eat it. It's not a thing. People don't eat chicken tikka masala in India and Pakistan. No. It's only really consumed for Western audiences and was born in the UK.
Someone in Mumbai would just, if you tried to serve them a bulti, would lose their fucking minds. Yes.
That's the thing, right? And people can say, well, it doesn't really matter. It's still Indian food. And I'm like, bitch, Desi people are British.
Yeah.
He may be a British Pakistani or whatever it is, right? He's a British citizen. He's been part of this community, which is what matters to me, rather than ethnic background. This weird fucking, and it's always Americans that do this as well. This weird kind of ethnic essentialism. It really drives me around the fucking bend, right? Oh, well, yeah, now you recognise them as being British. So I'm like, I've always recognised them. Stop implying that just because I'm British, I'm racist. Because whilst, it's not exactly a difficult... So I understand, it's not... it's pretty likely to do so. But no, I'm saying it's because I believe I'm trying to steal anyone's food. These are part of my community.
Exactly.
These people I live around every day.
To be fair, I mean, just to Americans, just within living memory, it was an issue that you were going to elect a Catholic. Wind your fucking necks in, just a smidge. Yeah, like black people were, again, within living memory, second-class citizens. Like, I get that you've made some progress, but let's not forget your FBI literally murdered Martin Luther King. Just let's chill. Let's chill on the accusations from that thing.
I mean, to be fair, if we're going to talk about crimes on various minorities, and specifically with regards to India, maybe don't mention what was happening in India in 1940s. Water under the bridge.
It's fine. It's fine. Well, actually, what was it I was watching the other day? Oh yeah, I was watching the thing about the Holocaust. Obviously, naturally, why wouldn't you be? Anyway, and it was about the Nuremberg trials and how they basically invented the concept of like crimes against humanity as a thing, as a legal concept. And the reason they wouldn't allow what's called tu quoque defences, which is like, well, you do it too, defences, is because literally all of the countries that were sitting in judgment of them were all doing that. Britain had just murdered millions in India. The Russians had done pogroms against any number of different peoples over the last fucking God knows how long. The French were slaughtering people in various parts of the world.
There's King Leopold. Belgium, they never come up in this conversation. They're some of the worst offenders.
Yeah. Although actually, interestingly, here's a little factoid for you. What was the country that took most slaves from Africa to the Americas?
Netherlands?
No. It's Portugal.
Portugal. I mean,
they took them to Brazil. Yeah, that's why there's loads of black people in Brazil. Anyway, but you know, just a little aside. Anyway, yeah, and America had been, oh god, and America was still in the process of killing its native peoples. But you know, they were still going to sit there and judge other people's genocide. It's you know, difficult juxtapositions.
All the black and brown people who went to university end up in university environments. I went to university at a time that only 7% of the population went. I mean, God, do you not think... I felt lonely. I remember turning up and just being in a sea of people. I remember I did a law degree, sitting in this was in the first couple of days, sitting in the junior common room. And junior common, didn't know what that means. Anyway, and I was witnessing conversation where my peers were talking about how their brothers and sisters or their friends knew each other because they'd been at various balls in the summer. And I was like, I had no idea what the beeping hell you're talking about. I went, can I swear? I mean, I was like, oh no, yeah, I'm a terrible swearer. Okay, mouth like a sailor. I just remember thinking, I have no idea first of all, what's a coming out for? And secondly, I literally don't know. There is literally no one in this massive university who went to school with me. Like, not a single person.
Not only was I didn't go to school with anyone, I don't think there was anyone from my city at the college I went to. I genuinely don't think there was. So stratified with it. There were plenty of people from, like, Chichester, or, you know, fucking Chipping Norton and these sorts of places. There weren't many people from Middlesbrough.
Isn't David Cameron the Lord for Chipping Norton?
Possibly, yeah. Basically, I was just trying to think of, like, posh places. You get the idea. Yeah.
Let's have a look. Yeah, it is, yeah. Baron Cameron of Chipping Norton.
Wow, well, I think I chose wisely in terms of my example. Yeah.
Not one. And so that sense of being an outsider was really... Is it an outsider on the inside?
Yeah.
I've always had it. But I also realised that... Then somebody recently got in touch with me, actually, who was at university a year below me, an Asian woman. And she said, I remember you. And I remember you in the lectures. And I remember you walking around university. And I remember thinking, it's going to be okay. Even though I didn't feel particularly integrated into that environment.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting lesson.
Yeah, it's really, really lovely. I really like that there was someone who was like, yeah, looking up at you and going, oh, it's going to be okay. I've got somebody like, and there's a chain there of, you seeing a newsreader in your childhood and thinking, I can do it. And her seeing you thinking, I can do it.
Yeah.
And there's probably people watching this who are seeing you right now and thinking,
Well, it was very nice. A young black female journalist in the audience came up to me, working in a fantastic title, and said, "Would you mind if I take your address, because I am just struggling with so many of the things that you talked about. I don't know if I should stay in the business." And I was like, "Okay."
Oh, Carl, you've got to ask about LBC. Stop fucking around, mate. Come on now.
First of all, that's totally normal.
yes.
That feeling, it's totally normal. That's fine. That's okay. And I hope that helped her. And she's got my details. I'm going to talk about that more. But it's okay to feel that.
Yeah. Good. I am going to turn to another question.
You can tell me to shut up, by the way. I think I'm talking to you.
No, I love it. I could do this all day, but I don't want to keep you all day.
A microphone for a while.
Yeah.
So
I won't comment on that. What? I'm completely unrelated to that topic. How can media do more to hold Israel and Israel supporters accountable in light of what is currently unfolding in Gaza?
Journalists can do their jobs.
So what it comes down to, yeah.
I mean, I've thought about it over
It would be a nice idea if they could start, certainly, yes.
and over again.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a very, very difficult environment, right? Israel has prevented international media from entering Gaza. They have stopped them entering Gaza. This is a sentence we cannot report enough. That is a sentence that should be said before every single news report that is aired anywhere. Why? Because it means that we have had to leave the conflict that has proved the most deadly to journalists. We've had to leave the reporting of that to Palestinian reporters who are...
Yeah, that's the sort of the cooked element of all of this, is that, like, they're killing you, right? They're killing you, journalists, in huge numbers. They're targeting you. And if you allow it to happen there, what's to stop it happening anywhere else?
And that's why, like, not only do they not want you in that area to be able to report on the war crimes they're committing, they don't want to have to kill you because it would make them look bad when they know they can get away with it if it's the brown journalists.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Notice they're not killing huge numbers of American journalists, they're just banning them from entering. Because they wouldn't want to have to kill them, because then things might change. Again, it was said in Iraq, and it's worth repeating, one dead American has far more sway on the American population than 1 million Iraqis.
Yep.
Are themselves being...
On another thing is, right, like, how many people in this country can name a name of an Israeli captive in Gaza, right? How many times have you heard about Emily Damari, or that guy who was on the tape, the Hamas broadcast, right? The guy looked in pretty poor health condition, right? How many people?
Or the one that had the panic attack at the deli in New York.
Or like a lift shits, whatever. So the one of the first ones to be released, right? Like, these are names that the whole world has been informed of. You get outside of like Hind Rashab, like, how many names of any of the, potentially hundreds of thousands of unidentifiable Palestinians do people know of in comparison?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they just aren't treated as human. And
just
exactly
statistics.
Exactly the same way that the countless number of drowned people in the Mediterranean and now in the Channel don't matter.
Nope.
Even Alan Kurdi, we watched that kid's body washed up on the beach and we did nothing.
Yep.
Disgusting.
Killed in the conflict, who are themselves victims of missile attacks, of starvation, of a total siege, not once but twice, who are being shifted from place to place to place, herded as a right-wing Israeli politician wanted, herded like cattle around their own territories. We have to
did you see Smotrich fucking goading a prisoner?
Oh, it was Marwan Barghouti.
Yeah, like, what the fuck are you doing? You're an actual ghoul. Are you an actual Satan? What the fuck are you doing?
I mean, he's a fucking terrorist, you know? Like, it's so funny to me that people talk about, oh, the Hamas terrorists. I'm just like, bitch, like, not only is Netanyahu a terrorist in like international terms, but even under Israeli law, he is in coalition with a party, which I shit you not is called Jewish Power, which is led by a man who is an actual convicted terrorist in Israel.
Yeah. But, you know, it's just Netanyahu. We don't need to look beyond that, do we, Bernie Sanders? No.
This over and over and over again, right? We have to say contextually, Israel denies that it is committing a genocide. Israel denies that it's committing war crimes. Israel denies that it is starving the Palestinian population. The entire humanitarian aid community disputes that claim and says that it is wrong. The ICJ asked Israel to put in 7 preventative measures against genocide last year. That was January 2024. We are now in May 2025. It has not done them. What would the conclusion be that one would reach? We have to be able to report that the head of UNRWA is talking about massive atrocities, that Tom Fletcher has just pleaded to world leaders to prevent a genocide. We have to say where the weight of evidence is taking us. We have to contextualize.
It's important.
It's important. And I know that there are really experienced, brilliant field reporters like Alex Crawford, like Lindsay Hilson, like Lise Doucette, like Joan Bill. They are chomping at the bit to get in and report. And when people are like, I'm going to give Alex Crawford at Sky News a massive big up here because she can't get in, go to her Twitter account and see how she is managing to talk about this conflict. And it is an example to every mainstream media journalist, whether they're a presenter or a producer or an editor or a reporter on the ground. She is so clear in her language, and she will face down bad faith actors who throw false claims of anti-Semitism at her. And she's had a hard time with it.
I can see that she's rightly been on your mind from the way you're speaking about her. Yeah.
Because, again, it's that crack in the ceiling, right? I used to watch her while I was training. I saw her doing the job that I wanted. I remember the first time I met her, I couldn't speak. I was so awestruck.
It's an interesting thing, isn't it, when you meet people that are famous and you have to do things like interview them. It's very nerve-wracking. I just unrelated to anything.
Oh, not so booky now, are we? Eh? Now we've been reminded about how you're shitting yourself. Like I wouldn't literally be cacking my pants at the very thought of it.
See, all I can think of now is that bit from The Simpsons, like, oh, Egghead loves his bookie work.
True.
Which is the name of Russell Brand's autobiography. Sorry to ruin the mood. Literally,
now,
genuinely, fucking alleged insert here, engager. He's fucking got a autobiography called My Bookie Work.
Yeah.
If nothing makes you want to commit Sudoku, anything more than that.
Well, he's an alleged rapey wapist who should go to jaily whale.
It does feel like the media is more willing to criticize Israel, and Britain and Canada, other countries, are more willing to criticize Israel.
Can I correct you?
Yeah, sure.
I don't think the media is more willing to criticize Israel. I don't think that's what's happened. I think they appear to be more willing. I'm going to talk about mainstream or established media,
yes.
right? I think they appear, and it was weird. I wish I had my phone with me because there was a particular date where I remember commenting on this. I couldn't have been alone because in like 24 hours there were like 21,000 likes, like a couple of thousand reshares. It's not that they are more willing to criticize Israel. They appear to be more willing to allow voices that criticize Israel on air.
It's an interesting distinction.
And not to both side the conflict in the way in which they had been both siding it. I would also say that it's a wait and see, because that certainly happened for about 48 hours after Tom Fletcher made his comments. Let's just see what happens in the intervening period. I should also say that there was something I found very uncomfortable about the way the UK media reacted to, again, a very controversial thing to say. You know, Tom Fletcher is an extremely well-respected former diplomat. His speech was really very good. He was obviously working within what the United Nations feels are diplomatic confines in terms of plain speaking or not plain speaking. There is something very interesting about what happens when a well-respected establishment figure gets a really one of the top jobs at the UN, and how mainstream media elites react to that.
It's an interesting.
Because that's what they're reacting to. They were reacting not just to his words, but to him as an individual.
Yes.
And what does that tell you about race, gender, class, articulation, language, positions of power and influence, and how all of these elites interact with one another?
That's a really good answer. Again,
It's like I've been thinking about this.
yes, it does. I do feel like you've been you've certainly been, it's been on your mind of late.
Yeah.
For some reason. Not any particular reason. So I'm going to ask one more question.
Honestly, I'm going to have to eat him up. I'm going to have to eat him up with cherries and cream. He's too cute. He's adorable, isn't he?
It's true. It is true.
And then I'm going to take us to a quickfire quiz. I'll explain the context behind the quickfire quiz for those who don't know in a minute. When Novara Media did their coverage of...
Yeah, shout out. Woo.
That's me. That's me. That is.
That is you. Well, you got fucking quote tweeted by Dale Vince today.
He fucking clipped from my stream.
He did. Unbelievable shit. That's the Millionaires for Tax or whatever the fuck it's called.
Patriotic Millionaires.
That's Patriotic Millionaires. Yeah, those lads. We saw he was on fucking Question Time and everything.
Yeah, I was like, the clip that he picked up. That wasn't from like a segment though. That was just from a random stream.
Yeah.
I'm.
He's a viewer, clearly.
All
I'm saying is, Dale, you've got a few quid, mate. Everyone needs an oiler. Come on now, mate. Let's have you.
Yes, true. If you're watching, Dale Vince, if you're watching, I've got bills to pay.
So a couple of gifties wouldn't fucking hurt you. Come on.
I mean, if you wanna come and do a quick gifterino to oil the wheels of my propaganda campaign that evidently you support, right?
Yeah.
In the absence of a wealth tax, maybe you can shower some gifted memberships onto my wonderful and needy audience,
True.
which would both give them the benefits of being members and also give me money.
True.
Which is a thing. I like money. Money me likey a lot.
Yeah.
I need it to do things such as eat.
Indeed.
And pay bills.
Indeed.
So if you're watching that, the thing is, like, this was from, I didn't remember what stream that this was from. I mean, it was true. I was popping off, but I don't even remember what, because it's got, I can see it's from one of my clips and not one of my streams, not from one of my clips, because the Twitch goal bar is right at the bottom now, and that doesn't get picked up on my recordings.
No.
Which I use to be able to put on my segments. So
yeah. Yeah, but that's fucking awesome. Yeah. If there are any millionaires in my audience, you can also give me money if you wanted to. I'm less clippable though, or less legally clippable.
Comments to James O'Brien. Not asking you to comment on that at all.
Go to my pinned tweet on X.
Oh yes.
You can go read it, and on Instagram.
Oh, she called it X. Oh, I'm gonna have to cancel her. Oh no. It's over.
It has two. You can only call it either Twitter or its full new name, X the Everything app.
X the Everything.
Those are the only ones I like. The only ones I'll accept.
Yeah.
Thank you for the 5 gift of Minsky. Thank you.
Clearly, that's Dalvin's. Whoever that was, that's Dale Vince. We fucking outed you, Vince.
Yeah.
But when they were
False
covering it-
accusations, we can say that.
Yeah.
Because they were false accusations.
Yes. Yep.
And the fact that I'm legally silenced, you can say that.
Yes, rightly so.
Mm.
Rightly so. Not rightly so that you're legally silenced. Excuse me. Rightly so that you're that you're saying that, because yeah, I think it is important to say, and important to say loudly, because it's setting the context much as we're setting the context on Gaza more widely. But yes, when Navarro were doing their coverage, they mentioned that they would absolutely love to have you on as a guest.
He's doing networking for you. Go on, lad. So anyway, I got these friends at Navarro Media. They'd love to have you on as well. It's fucking, yeah, let's go.
I mean, that would be great. It'd be interesting to have her on. I mean, again, it's not up to me. I'm just a contributor, but
Cog, I'd like her on as well, mate. Let's come on now. Hook me up.
has she heard of Kevin Logan though?
Exactly. Have you? I could get her top 5 rundowns of all of the people whose deaths you've reported on. Which one would you most like me to finger? Come on now, what a list that would be. That'd pop off on TikTok. Let's go.
Yes, is that something you're open to? And I'm just curious whether that's something that you would do, because our founder Curtis is going on Navarra in a couple of weeks' time. So just curious, really, whether it's something you're open to.
So I was told about this when a lot of people started messaging me, which is very sweet. And I went and watched the video.
What was she mouthing?
Yeah, I mean,
I have no idea. Do you want to go back?
Yes.
which is very sweet. And I went and watched.
Just curious, really, whether it's something you're open to.
So I was told about this when a lot of people started messaging me, which is very sweet.
No idea. I don't know what the fuck that was.
And I went and watched the video, and yeah, I mean, I would definitely consider it, and I would really consider it if they just pronounced my surname correctly. I went to watch it, and they said my surname wrong about 17 times. I was like, you were obviously not listeners to my LBC show where I had to say my name every 15 minutes before the ads. So, yes, it was something I would really consider doing. And I've got to say, I think, more I watch independent media, the more I watch.
Sorry, Sangeeta, I do apologise.
Yeah, that's an official apology from Navarro Media. Yeah.
I mean, I also did videos about her on my own channel as well, so I would apologise in that regard too.
Yeah. How was it mispronounced then? Because it's not that difficult, is it?
It's Miska, but I think I've said Miska at some point.
Sangeeta Miska. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, whatever. Like,
watch independent.
That's the beautiful thing of having two names that are basically unmispronounceable. Like just Kevin Logan. Very simple.
Kevin.
Yeah, unless
Logan.
For a native English speaker, they basically you can't fuck them up really.
Kevin Logan. Let's go.
Journalism. It does give me hope, actually, because I can see that you're all, working within financial confines, where for many people working in independent media, it's a passion project, that it's incredibly hard work, that you're trying to raise standards, and yeah, I'm really impressed by a lot of what I'm seeing, and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I know a lot of us feel like we'd rather not be doing it at the end of the day, because or rather not be covering the stories that we're covering, because it's so depressing covering a lot of the things that we are covering these days. But we're working actually to make Turn Left its own thing.
I'll ask you a quick question. Yeah. Why? I mean, obviously, a media for socialism. I mean, the established media that we've been talking about principally, because we didn't touch on private broadcast media, would like to think of themselves as being impartial, balanced, fair, neutral. I mean, you're very clearly stating your position, aren't you? This is your political perspective.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the concept of impartiality? Do you think it's something that is still a necessary?
See, this is the problem with having a BBC person, is that they forget that the media isn't supposed to be impartial, really, and it never really is to begin with. But like, it's only the BBC that pretend, properly anyway, that they are just impartial.
Well, I mean, regardless of whether or not the reality is that its impartiality is sincere in its application, it is at least constitutionally
Yes.
Unbiased, right?
Yeah.
But it is unique in that,
Well, exactly,
with regards to literally every other media company in existence, right? Like, there is what's interesting, what's super interesting in like the difference between American and British politics. In the United States, the most watched news program is Fox News.
Yes.
And it's by about 25%, which is a pretty large sector of the public who are, again, essentially getting their brain poisoned by Murdoch propaganda, right? You compare that to the UK, where the most watched is the BBC, and it's 70%. That's how many people engage with the BBC. So it has this incredible amount of power to tacitly shape public opinion, because not only, I mean, you can have all these different balkanized media kind of ecosphere like you have in the United States, but at the most, it's only really capturing its ideological base. Whereas because the BBC is so trusted internationally as being this kind of constitutionally impartial broadcaster, and so much of society, at least, tangentially has some connection with it, the importance of impartiality is cannot be understated, right? And it shows you that, at the very least, with what problems that it does have on certain issues, having that kind of stabilization factor on the public discourse is in a vacuum a good thing.
Yeah.
The problem, of course, comes when there are people who have pro-Israel biases at the top, as was exposed by Owen Jones, or they continually put Nigel Farage on Question Time, despite him at the time being a fucking EU parliamentarian of a party which was barely getting fucking double digits in the polls. Like, that's where it has its issues, and that's where its influence it's a problem. But at the very least, when you look at, for example, vaccine hesitancy, in the UK, it's incredibly low, some of the lowest in Europe as well. And actually having a public broadcaster that has not just a plurality, but a majority of people engaging with it to give people proper information is a thing that we have, but the Americans just didn't have, and that's why their vaccine uptake was way lower.
But what Americans do have is the world-class education system, so that this week when Donald Trump flew to Alaska to meet with Vladimir Putin of Russia, lots of Americans learned that Alaska's quite close to Russia, which they seemed unaware of, even though it hasn't moved.
And it used to be Russian.
And it used to literally be part. It was originally a part of Russia. But like, you can walk, and the depths of winter, you can literally walk from Russia to America.
Yeah, you can walk the Bering Strait freezes in the cold.
Yeah, like you can still do that. It's not advisable, either legally or like for your health, but you can do it.
Well, there's a guy who's just about to finish walking the length of the Earth.
Why are you doing that, mate? You've got planes.
Yeah,
you don't need to.
He started in the south of Chile, and then he walked all across the entirety of South America, across the fucking impenetrable bit between Colombia and Panama, which is insane, the fact that he did that on his own.
Mental.
And walked all the way up the United States, Canada, through Alaska, all the way through Russia, which he had to do over multiple different trips because Russia's visas suck because it's an authoritarian regime.
Amazing. Yeah.
And then walked all the way along down through through Asia and the Caucasus, all the way up back to the UK.
Amazing. Again, flights are available. You didn't need to do this, mate. Like this, I understand you want to cut corners, look after the pennies and all of that, but come on.
Necessary requirement for either A, public service broadcasters like the BBC, and ITV is also a public service broadcaster, or do you think that for your generation it's something that it's not a concept that you feel necessarily holds as much value?
Impartiality is an interesting one. because so I'm.
Was he expecting questions in return? I don't think he prepared for this. I think I can literally hear his buttocks gripping the chair as we speak.
Historian by trade. Both my degrees were in history.
Fucking nerd. Being into history. Why are you a fucking white boy? Shut up.
And when it comes to
Just being
history,
horrible.
there's no objective history. There's no such thing as objective history, and this is something that new historians like really struggle to wrap their head around. Is the idea that there's no like.
For me, the best history is the history of history. It's historiography. It's looking at the ways in which history has developed over the course of time. So you look at the way in which, I think the American Civil War is a great example of this. If you look in the immediate aftermath, it was a lot of the history was about reunification and essentially trying to downplay the bad aspects of it. And then as you move through the kind of 20s and the rise of the Klan, you get the kind of beginnings of kind of racial history with people like W.E.B. Du Bois. And then you could move into like Vietnam era type stuff. You go into like the Great Wall Street Crash, which then makes it about economics. Everyone wants to do the economic history of the Civil War, and then into Vietnam, where you get the idea of it being a useless war or not. Like, was it a just war? Do we fight wars? Because essentially, everyone looks at historical events through the prism of their own time, and what people are interested in now. You know. And that's for me fascinating because again it's all about the different biases that people bring to the thing.
I agree. It's so important. Again, like such a phrase like history is always written by the victors is a really interesting part of historiography. I think if you look at, for example, the way people look at the history of Israel and Palestine, it's entirely shaped by the information that's available and how it's curated. So the fact that there's a huge split in the West between younger people and older people with their opinions on Israel-Palestine. And essentially all of this is due to the fact that the history was just kind of taught incorrectly to people, because basically all of the history of the Nakba and of the creation of the State of Israel that older people heard was from IDF propaganda that was disseminated through the West because it was talked about uncritically. There was the Arab armies who told the residents to flee, and then they would conquer it and they come back and they're like, whoop, no, actually, they've lost the war. When in reality, once you had the IDF declassified documentation that the new historians got access to, the Benny Morrises and Ilan Papes of this world, they had the information that the IDF already knew. Actually, they know it was an ethnic cleansing campaign. We know what Plan Dalet was. We've seen the orders that were given by people like Rabin and Ben Gurion, and what they explicit plan to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, and that's only stuff that if you were learning about this from the 80s, if you were academic in the 80s, is where you would have heard of it, whereas you wouldn't have heard any of these things at any point before then. So there's this real understanding of how people perceive the history of what happens with Israel based upon how the story was told by somebody else.
Actually, if you want a fantastic example, we watched it on stream the other day. Ash Sarkar talking to the British historian William Dalrymple about not just Iran and the Silk Road and stuff, but he goes into this fascinating bit about Palestine and the way in which the history of that has been mistold. By the fact that even like the name Palestine, it gets asserted to the Romans. The Romans called it Palestina. No, they didn't. It had been called Palestine by various languages and cultures for thousands of years before. But we don't learn about this. You don't get told about it.
No, because the official story is it was renamed from Judea to Palestine by the Romans, which was their mark of trying to erase Jewish history in the area. And I'm like, well, I think they potentially decided to change the name because they wanted to have a clean break with what they had conquered. But the idea that the name Syria Palestina was an invention of the Romans based upon nothing because they wanted to get rid of the name is just fucking completely untrue. That area was been called Palestine way before.
Yep.
And what's possible, again, going back to rewind right back to a real earlier point, this information's fucking on Wikipedia.
Yep.
Right?
Like, you can look this up.
All those people who think that Arab armies just told Palestinians to leave of their own free will rather than being ethnically cleansed could literally just go to fucking Wikipedia, or they could open up ChatGPT and go, were Palestinians expelled during the Nakba by the IDF? And it would go, yes. Here's a Wikipedia page for the expulsions from Lydda and Ramla that were done at gunpoint, and they sent people on death march. And this was done by Yitzhak Rabin on the orders of Ben Gurion. It's open. This is shit that's free on the internet. And you don't bother looking up.
No, my favourite one was Brianna Wu in the debate I did with her when she said they just left. Like what?
You look at the camera. Oh my god! I mean, I have to find the clip. I mean, let me find the clip.
But I was just in my head. I was going like, what? They just left to go and get a pint of milk and never came back. What were you talking about? They went on holiday. What the fuck are you talking about? She's a fucking crazy bitch.
Honestly, it's just unbelievable. Let me find it, because it's just so that you do this. Look at the camera, just like freeze frame.
It reminded
record scratch.
Yeah, look, it reminded me of God, Tim from The Office. You know, his look to the camera when they'd say something mental, and he'd just look at the camera like, "What the fuck is going on?" What?
Fourth wall break. I've just posted it in the DMs.
Oh god. Okay, there we go. Probably my greatest moment, I think. Okay. You've got. Oh, okay. I was like, how the fuck have I put on weight that much weight in that little amount of time? Jesus. God,
I mean, that's what I say every time I wake up and look in the mirror. Honestly.
What about me? That's unnecessary.
I see Kevin in my own reflection.
Oh, there's fucking dysphoria for you, Jesus Christ. Okay.
There was immense violence on both sides. Many Palestinians left. Hold on, and just one more thing. And a really interesting fact with this is Israel's 20%
look at the camera,
Arab
so
population.
perfect.
Many of those are the descendants of the people that
rewind.
didn't
I
get
have to watch
involved
it again.
with those.
I have to say it again. It's just perfect.
There was immense violence on both sides. Many Palestinians left. Hold on, and just one more thing. And a really interesting fact with this is Israel's 20% Arab population. Many of those are the descendants of the people that didn't get involved with the fighting. Stayed in there.
Actually, do you want to listen to the rest of this or not? I don't.
No, I just wanted.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to. Yeah.
You'll see you look at the camera, because obviously we all know Brianna who doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. No. She only learned what a pogrom was last year.
Yes. Yeah. Amazing. What a.
Now she's the expert queen of the Jews.
Well, they all do this. I mean, fucking. There's still that famous clip of Destiny. He points to a picture of
Anatolia.
No, of Recep Tayyip Erdogan and goes, is that the guy that's the president of Israel?
Well, he also thought that Israel was in Anatolia. There's a great clip of him looking at a map and pointing around and pointing to Turkey and saying, "Is this Israel?"
Well, to be fair, that's America. If you look, there's those fantastic maps you can get of like, we asked 1,000 Americans to put a point to America on the map, and like virtually none of them are in America. Some of them are in the sea, which is very special. Like, you didn't even choose a landmass.
Did you remember that fucking CNN video, the Australian like spoof thing, that just did interviews with Americans, just asking them simple questions?
Yeah.
Now, of course, it's worth pointing out these are selectively edited. They're obviously not going to include any of the ones who got it right, because it's not funny, right? It's obviously, not an actually representative sample, but it was funny when they're just like, please point to Australia on the map, and they were like, South Korea.
Yeah, they haven't got a fucking clue. You never knew I debated Brenna. Well, yes, I did a couple of years ago. She hasn't invited me on since, because I handed her ass to her, and she only got me on in the first place because she thought I was going to defend the Houthis. I don't know where she got. I think I just said something like, maybe we shouldn't bomb civilians. Because she was like, wanking furiously over the thought of, killing lots of Yemenis. And I said, maybe we shouldn't do that. And she thought I supported the Houthis and, like, debate me, broed, on Twitter. So I was like, okay, yeah, cool.
I mean, what's so weird is that people seem to think that it's perfectly legitimate for the Houthis to defend the Palestinians by attacking Liberian flagged ships on their way to Tunisia. Like, how do they think that this helps?
I'm not sure. I think they might just be kind of knobheads, but whatever. It's a difficult situation, I suppose. But we do know the opinions about One Piece, so I feel like that's real journalism, people. Come on now.
on
dear.
one objective truth. There's things which are more subjectively true than others because we can evidence them better. And I think maybe the emphasis needs to be shifted away from the idea of impartiality and rather commentary on power and...
Well, I would say it's already been shifted. It's about being honest about that shift. Don't be a far-right news organisation and pretend that you're fair and balanced, because that's ridiculous. You know? Like, you're being honest about it. Yeah, no, we're socialists. We're telling you the news, we're not lying, but we're telling you it from our point of view.
Exactly. Right? There is the one thing that you can understand that there is a unilateral bias amongst media is that it's all pro-capitalist in the corporate media.
Yeah.
Because the firms themselves are capitalist in nature. That's cultural hegemony. Of course, it is. You have to be explicit in your opposition to this, but being open about where your biases lie is perfectly reasonable and understandable. I mean, again, Aaron makes this case about Novara Media all the time.
And perspective, and shifting it so that we're getting a wider range of perspectives, but particularly the perspectives of those who are the most marginalized. And it's Rawls's difference principle. It's the idea that inequalities within society should benefit the least advantaged the most, and the most advantaged the least. I'd say that should be put at the center of any questions of impartiality. I think that's a goal for impartiality and for new media, and also collective ownership. We run as a cooperative, and I think that's a model that we should be moving towards. So power is more evenly distributed among media organizations. As I said earlier, I'm going to do a quickfire quiz bit now. So the context for the quickfire quiz is that almost exactly a month ago, Sangeeta got to interview...
I thought he was going to do a joke about, Sangeeta got quick fired from LBC. I was like, no, Cog, no!
there's a fucking NDA. You'll get her in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Mehdi Hassan, another hero of mine. I'm absolutely awestruck by all the people I'm getting to talk to, and
and if you could hook me up with him, that would be
see. Kevin Logan, future Ziteo contributor, right? If you become a Ziteo contributor whilst I'm still slumming it with No Fire Media, you'll have surpassed me.
True.
Don't tell Aaron I said that.
we talk about at the moment. It's great.
It's a joke.
And he's a good guy.
Yes. Yeah.
I had never met him until that day.
Oh, I thought you knew each other from before.
No, I think people.
All brown people know each other, do they, Cog? I thought I knew you better.
If you're...
Well, to be fair...
in the media, we know each other. Actually, that's often not the case.
To be fair to Sangeeta, she at no point has ever tried desperately to become a Daily Mail columnist.
No, that is true.
Just watching people, just as they are watching or listening to me, right?
Yeah.
And I can say I have met lots of famous people in my life, and mostly it's a bit of a disappointment. I'm just going to say it out loud. Mehdi is not a disappointment. He is a great guy. Very warm, very lovely. He had asked me to work with him about 10 months before I did that interview with him, and it just felt right to do it now, because it was actually literally the anniversary of my last show at LBC by chance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, and he was lovely man.
I remember. Yeah, really clever.
Super clever.
I remember watching him.
This is a very interesting approach to the quickfire concept you have.
If you're quickly firing your musket, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. You fire it and then you have to reload for 3 minutes. Yeah.
Him debate Israeli representative. What's the name of anybody can say it? What's the name of the Israeli representative who he debated? I can't. Elon Levy. That's who I was thinking of.
Yes.
Elon Levy. And there was
Quite a few run into it.
Yes, but there was this really powerful moment where Mehdi Hassan had sort of introduced us to the Aldos family.
Oh, look, he's got such lovely stripy
Ladies
socks
and gentlemen,
as well.
we got him.
Oh.
Victory is ours.
Honestly, can we adopt him? Can we adopt him? Like, I feel like
you've already pre-adopted him. You used to do a podcast together.
True. I am basically his podcast dad. That is true.
Yeah.
But that means that Mike Stutchbury is his podcast granddad, which I'm sure he would.
Doing.
Well, I haven't talked to him in a little while, but he was doing very well. He's now into like history writing. His family had to leave in part because of Tommy Robinson and all that shit. But
they live in Germany now, right?
They do live back in her native Germany, yes. So that's fantastic. That's two upwardly mobile professional taxpayers driven out of the country. Thanks. And they were doing very well. He's a good lad.
Who were never given an explanation as to why they were targeted by Israel, their family in Gaza. And Elon Levy at a point later in the debate was saying like, I had to run into an air raid shelter, multiple times to avoid these rocket attacks. Mehdi Hassan, it was really powerful, because at the end of one of his points, he just said that I'm glad, Elon, that you had a bomb shelter to go into because the Al-Dos family in Gaza did not. It was just a really powerfully made point. Yeah, stuck in my head. Kind of
true. Also, can I just say, the cries of like how terribly in danger they are does seem to sort of flag a little when you have to film yourself dramatically running to the thing every time and being like, "Oh no, we're being attacked." No, you're not. You're in absolutely no danger whatsoever. You're fine. Literally.
I remember I was watching a segment on Israelis getting interviewed by Sky News in I'm going to call it Al-Quds just to mock them, and there's like and they're still very scared about October the 7th, and just like people playing backgammon in the sunshine outside a cafe in completely violence-free Al-Quds, and I'm like, you bitch, what the fuck are you scared of? It's like an American being scared of 9/11.
Or an American being scared of a deli because it had the name of a certain place.
Or a northerner being scared in Doncaster of paragliders.
True.
Relates to the whole Gaza situation, but also...
And of course, Israel benefits from a multi-billion-dollar air defense system, unlike the civilians of Gaza.
Relations of power, yeah.
An asymmetric war.
Contextualizing.
And we need to talk about that as well.
100%.
That was always the strangest thing to me when the October 7th thing happened and the Americans sent their Mediterranean fleet to Israel, and I thought, what, to defend against the navy that Palestine has? What the fuck is the point of that? Like, Israel has its own navy. Why are you sending your ships there?
They don't even have a port.
Yeah, what the fuck? What is the purpose? Like, it's the weirdest, like, virtue signalling, although it's, I suppose, the opposite of virtue. Vice signalling? Is that a thing? Yeah, just very strange. And again, imagine signing up for the Navy thinking, I'm going to go and serve my country, and then you're just blockading a country with no boats. Brilliant. You must feel very proud of your service, lads.
So, with that in mind, sorry, it would go really long.
So at the end of that interview, I pulled out a big sheet and I said, Mehdi, we're going to do a quickfire quiz. And he was like, oh, God. But he did it, and it was good fun.
Indeed. And so I thought that I would steal some of the questions from that quiz.
Oh, God, no.
And...
go on, lad.
And ask the modified to Sangeeta.
Oh, my God.
Legend. Honestly, high five.
So this is the quickfire quiz,
Okay, here we go.
and most of them are either or answers, but they've been reshaped a little bit.
Okay,
yes.
here we go.
So the first one that you asked was, are you a dog or a cat person? So I'll just ask the same one to you.
Dogs,
Dogs?
all the time, fiercely loyal, sweet.
Lame. Wrong answer.
Well, the right answer is I reject the paradigm. They're both awesome.
I mean, okay, fair. I mean, I can definitely appreciate that, but I'm not a dog person in the slightest.
Well, you're both wrong.
Sweet, cuddly, and they don't just come to you because you're feeding them.
I love that.
Oh no! Well,
So,
that's the best part about cats. That is quite literally the best part. Is that you both have your own time away from each other, but you know if you really do want to spend time with your cat, you should lure him with food. Yeah. Whereas if your dog wants to spend time with you, it doesn't matter. It does not care whether you reciprocate those feelings. It will come up to you and leap on you regardless.
I mean, true, but cats will also come and put their muddy paws on your face at 3 a.m.
Well, that is true. That's true.
So, I mean, they both have their good and bad points. You know.
Stuck in a lift. Who would you rather be stuck with? This time it is Dominic Cummings or Morgan McSweeney.
Oh my god. Morgan McSweeney, so I can interrogate him about why it is that he has led New Labour to be the thing that it is now.
Yeah. I think I'd have to agree on that one. Yes.
I don't think he'd want to be stuck in a lift with me for some reason.
The answer is, does the lift have a camera? And I'll leave that there. That's nothing, you know, it's just a question.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're consigned to a desert island.
Yeah.
And you can only take one box set with you. But this time it is either the complete Star Trek collection or the complete Doctor Who collection.
If the
Doctor Who, and anyone says otherwise, can catch my fucking hands.
Oh, I find this tough.
Star Trek is rubbish. I'm just putting it out there right now. It's rubbish. And I will have no conversation and debate about it. Game over.
I think that in both Doctor Who and in Star Trek, depending on who stars in the show and what era it was written, entirely dictates whether the content is good or bad, right? Like, you know, there's fucking Shanna era Star Trek is fucking dross. It's terrible. But the Next Generation and Voyager are great.
No.
Likewise, you know, I will happily watch Eccleston and Tennant or Baker until the cows come home. But fucking Matt Smith or literally anything in the Chris Chibnall era, that shit is absolute ass.
I will stick to my original answer.
complete Star Trek collection includes the original Gene Roddenberry version.
It does.
Every time. Star Trek.
Yep.
Yep.
Cancelled.
I'm sorry. Like, how can I'm sorry. It's just like I don't know how anybody can watch any of the original series of Star Trek and not like die of embarrassment. Like, it's so bad.
Well, I suppose she just grew up watching it, so it's like on an abandoned island. It would probably be quite nice. Like for me, if I could only take one video cassette tape, that's how old I am, to an island, it would be A Muppet's Christmas Carol. Not because it's a good film, it's an awful fucking film, but it's the film we had on cassette tape, and I watched it 1 billion times when I was a kid, and I can literally recite the entire movie as it's happening off by heart. So it would be an enormously positive thing for me to reminisce about as I grow old and die on a fucking island.
Okay, I can definitely appreciate that. I can certainly appreciate that.
You know.
For me, it would be the thing I always watched as a kid. Me and my brother used to watch it together all the time. There was this documentary about Jupiter, and it was the this mission from NASA to document a comet that was going to crash into Jupiter called Shoemaker-Levy 9. I'll still remember it like it was yesterday.
Aww. See, that's again another difference between us, I feel. I've got Michael Caine talking to Kermit, and you've got like a fucking NASA mission going on. We had different upbringings, you and I feel.
I'm very middle class, it's true.
Oh.
Well, that is more middle class, certainly. Well, you can tell how working class we were, because those videotapes that I mentioned had plastic covers that made them look like books on the outside. We were real trash. Like, real trash.
I think we had a couple of those as well.
Yeah, they were like, I don't know why anyone thought that looked good, because it just looks awful, because no one thinks, oh, there's a row of books. It's like, oh, those are those cheap shit fucking covers for cassette tapes. So why not just leave them in their original cassette tape, and then you know what's on it?
Yeah, exactly.
God, I'm such a nerd. I'm a massive fan of the original
You're
series.
right at home here.
Well, because it was really... So Gene Roddenberry, of course, was this California-based artist. He traveled around the world. Interestingly, he'd gone to India. He'd learned a bit about Vedantic logic, which is the basis of Hinduism. And his vision...
Hang on. We had a thing in the week about, you know, the goodness gracious me character that thinks everything is Indian.
Yeah.
You know, Spider-Man is Indian, Jesus is Indian, all that. So it became a thing about everything is Indian, right? And so, are you literally saying Star Trek, Indian? Amazing.
Or the original crew was to have, essentially, it was based on a new world order where you had equality amongst his crew, right? Of course, you could argue it was still a handsome white guy who was Captain Kirk, but nevertheless. And it's also, I think, the first time, it was that first series where, I could be wrong here, it was first interracial kiss.
Marshmallow-based snacks. Again, tea cakes or s'mores, which is your favourite?
Tea cakes. Tunnocks.
Tea cakes?
Yeah, my husband's from the north. He'd kill me if I said it.
Oh, yeah.
And also the American.
The
Yes,
correct
yeah,
opinion.
of course, you did say that in the original Quickfire. So you're back at university, but you can only study one subject because you did both law and politics, as I understand it.
Mm.
You can either do law or politics. Which one would you choose?
Politics.
Politics?
Without doubt, yeah. I mean, I think where I did the when I did the degree, I mean, to give you a sense of it, in the final year, I was able to weight my courses, so they were no longer 50-50, and I basically made them 80% politics, and then just did the two courses that I needed to do to qualify to get my part ones, what they call the part ones of your law.
Okay, sorry, I have to make a
as a lawyer.
controversial point here. I have to make a very controversial point. Someone talked about Leonard Nimoy in chat, and I'm like, crucify me if you will. I just think that Tuvok is infinitely superior to Spock in basically every single way. I'm sorry, crucify me, but I'm right, and if you disagree, you're wrong.
I literally have nothing. I don't even know enough about Star Trek to be able to make a joke.
Touche. People in chat can disagree with me then.
Yeah, because I've got nothing. I don't even know the other thing you said.
And then I graduated from university and became a typist / office assistant, then started working for free in the media.
I love that because I think we'd all think the same. So you're back on the desert island, but you can only tune into one channel, and unfortunately, it's weird.
Don't say
network.
DA News.
And you're stuck. You can only tune into one channel. It's either got to be GB News or Talk TV.
What?
Which one would you tune into?
I would probably find something to stab my eyeballs out with. Holy cow.
That's embarrassing because Talk TV isn't even on the TV anymore. You've embarrassed yourself there.
Oh yes, it's online only now.
Exactly.
What's really funny is that they made themselves into online only so that Piers Morgan could be able to do what he wanted, and then Piers Morgan fucked off and made it his own thing.
Yeah. So Piers Morgan is just a YouTuber. How embarrassing to be given every privilege in life and end up as a fucking YouTuber.
Literally.
Like, for me, this is a step up. For him, this is like a complete failure.
How? Talk TV.
Okay.
Yep.
I won't ask you to elaborate on that one.
I think I'd probably choose Talk TV as well because A, I don't want to listen to Nigel Farage, and B, I think I can occasionally tune in for a bit of shouty slop.
Yeah, I agree. Like
Talk,
it's meme value. As GB News is real like fashy property. It's just, I mean, you say this though, Kev, but basically the funniest presenter that they had is now dead.
What? Oh yeah,
James
no,
Whale.
he just died. Yeah, sorry, I was like, who? I missed this story. Oh no, it was James Watt. Okay, yeah. No, didn't they have?
James
No, they had Concrete Guy, or is he?
Oh, my Graham, that's true. My
Yeah.
Graham is also on there.
Exactly. The king is dead. Long live the concrete king.
Does that seem like a really difficult decision?
Oh God! Because, well, in relative terms, I would say the unpleasant right-wing xenophobic rhetoric, misinformation and rhetoric is probably a bit less on Talk than it is on GB News. Yeah.
Okay. So that lift is still stuck.
Oh wait, can I just check? Is Talk TV the one where they had the presenter Mike Graham?
Yes.
Says he thought the concrete grew on trees.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm literally watching.
Free watch. Blatant
Free watch.
Talk TV because that is going to be so much fun.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes.
That's a point. Who gets James Whale's little gimp?
This is trained monkey.
Yeah, I forget his name. The little hairy lad. Who gets him now? Did they keep him in the corner in a cage or something? Has he left a stipend in his will? He's left a weekly stipend in his will to make sure he's taken care of until death, and hope that no more of his kind appear.
Yeah, some intelligence vetting needed on Talk TV. I'm not gonna lie. So that lift is still stuck. Who would you rather gets in, Kemi Badenoch or Suella Braverman?
Who was the first one? What? I don't know who she
Kemi
is.
Badenoch.
Who?
Yeah. I don't know who she is at all. She's
Never heard of
fucking...
her.
Never had that name before.
Interesting fact. Suella Braverman and I would have crossed paths at junior school.
Really?
Because she I think is a year younger than me, and so we would have crossed paths at our first junior school. But what happens is her parents, probably having seen the junior school, took her out. I think when she was 8, 9, and she then went off to the local private school, and I stayed there, and then went to the comp across the road. Holy cow! Oh my God! See.
Okay, she's literally crashed out.
So.
Okay. I think I have really said my piece about Suella Braverman in the past. So actually, probably Kemi Badenoch because number one, I could keep calling her Kemi Badenoch and it would really wind her up because she always said it's Badenoch. I'm not bad. There's no bad in my name. I've literally read her say this. Read her say this.
The reality is that yeah, it absolutely 100% is pronounced Badenoch. It's a Scottish name.
It's Bad Enoch.
Yeah.
And also, I would like to know how she has managed to cock up the leadership of the Tory party just so badly.
Because she's incompetent and unprincipled and inauthentic.
I mean, she's a moron. She's fucking terminally
She's also an idiot.
I think that is genuinely the death knell of her leadership is the fact that she thinks that Twitter is real life.
Basically, yes, yeah. She thinks rowing with Doctor Who and going on about a set of islands that everyone already forgot the moment they heard it was going to win her a general election somehow.
And I have people like not having policy. She doesn't have fucking policies. Well, I'm leading on policy.
Not true. Not true. She definitely has a firm policy that if you eat steak, if you eat sandwiches, you're a big woofter. So I mean, you can't say she doesn't take firm, principled stances.
Morgan McSweeney is still in the lift. I can imagine getting on quite well.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. I can see that. Yeah.
It's a little joke.
I think there's some truth to that. So just better sports person. Is it Federer or Messi for you?
Federer. Yeah, only because he's a machine, and I've seen him. And I don't really watch. I mean, I don't watch much sport at all. In fact, I don't do much sport at all, which I think is patently obvious to anyone. So, having seen Federer, yeah, I would say Federer.
Go with Federer. Nice. And you've already said that you're an anti-monarchist. But again, favourite prince? Is it William or Harry?
I think you'll find it's the singer of Purple Rain.
True, and virtuoso guitarist, and sex symbol.
True,
and actual symbol.
Actual symbol. Yeah. It's fantastic. He was a fucking lunatic, by the way. The fame and the drugs and stuff had gone to his head, and I remember Kevin Smith went to do a documentary with him, and it sort of basically didn't really work out very well, and so he's just got sort of bits and bobs that are on film. He had every room in his house wired up for sound, including the toilets, so that if he had like a music idea at any moment, he could just record it, which meant that he could then talk to people in every room in the house, and scaring the shit out of Kevin Smith when his voice just appears and says, like, "Oh, do you want a sandwich or something?" from like the other side of the house into the toilet.
It's all very Buck Rogers, isn't it?
Which is mental. And he'd have these crazy ideas, and his assistants eventually realised that like he has a crazy idea and then forgets about it 5 minutes later. So you just say like, yeah, whatever. So he'd give an example, and he said once Prince came to me and said, "I want 12 giraffes. I want you to give me 12 giraffes." And he just went, "Oh yeah, sure thing, Prince, I'll get onto that," knowing he'd forget about it, and he did. Rather than say the obvious, which is, we're in the middle of rural Minnesota at 2 a.m. Where the fuck do you think I'm getting 12 giraffes from, you mad cunt? Like, it's just as if, what the fuck did he want 12 giraffes for? What was he going to do? It's anyway. Yeah.
Oh, hey Lewis, how you doing? Lewis in chat. Enjoying the interview, you were in the room. I mean, I just glad that you managed to get Sam Geeser on. Did you have your exclusive interview?
Yeah, that's fucking dope. Well done, man. Absolutely excellent stuff.
So again, like, it's just good to see Turn Left getting more clout.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see.
Yeah, good stuff.
It's good to see.
Harry. It's got to be Harry.
Harry.
Yeah, I think I'm one of the few people in the country that feel really sorry for him. I think he's a messed up kind of a guy.
Honestly, I mean, he's just funny, right? He's funny, like how all the other members of the royal family, they been taught from birth to be totally kind of entirely committed to decorum, and he's just a dickhead. And you know what? You know, slay.
Yeah, like he seems like a vaguely normal kind of a person, really.
Literally, I guess because half of his blood isn't royal.
Oh, Jesus Christ! What, you reckon Diana wasn't his mum?
And
there's a conspiracy no one's had before.
Advisors around him, so I have a bit of a soft spot for Harry.
So that lift is still stuck. Currently, we've got Morgan McSweeney and Kemi Badenoch in there. This is a difficult one, but like it goes to the next floor, and there's, you can either have Jordan Peterson get in, or Ben Shapiro.
Holy cow! What?
What fucking building is this? What building are all of these people in?
Oh yeah.
Fucking right wing hell.
It's a fucking Millbank.
Yeah, yeah. Oh fucking hell! It's the spectators of my party, is it?
literally.
Okay. Oh my God! Cannot stand Ben Shapiro. I mean, I'm sure he feels the same way about me. Never met the guy, but I'm sure he feels the same way about me. You know what? Weirdly, I am probably again one of the few people who actually read Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules back to back on holiday. I mean, if that isn't masochism, I don't know what is. So I would probably say Jordan Peterson.
I love the fact that when he wrote the 12 Rules to Life, one of which is get your life in order, he was hooked on drugs. Brilliant. Amazing stuff, mate. Well done. Benzoed up the arse.
This came up when we were having dinner tonight. My mate brought this up, and I was just like, yeah, like the guy who wants everyone else to get his life in order is the person who's tweeting out videos of cock milking fetish porn and pretending it's like CCP torture dungeons.
Well, exactly. Or the guy who was put in a elective coma in a Russian or Romanian hospital, and then got COVID from his daughter who'd been out nightclubbing with a rapist.
Brilliant.
Yeah, really, honestly, you need to be taking life advice from that guy. Fuck me. Or the guy, I mean, literally in his book he talks about having a dream about combing his nan's pubes. It's fucking mental. The guy's insane. Look, if that had happened to me, you couldn't torture that information out of me. There's no way I would take that to the fucking grave. Jesus.
Honestly, I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how this man's career just didn't just fucking end the moment he tried to do a whole ass debate with Slavoj Žižek, only to say, "Well, my preparation for this was reading the Communist Manifesto."
He went to debate Marxism with a Marxist professor, having read like the least Marxist of Marx's books, like the least worthwhile.
Pamphlet.
Yeah, exactly. It's a pamphlet. It's not even a 101 primer for Marx's work. And yet he went to and I was just like, you cheeky cunt. Also, don't go to a fucking debate with a guy who can literally inhale hot dogs, because he will fucking eat you. Okay.
Because I'm actually fascinated by the fact. He did a really weird performance during a live panel discussion, didn't he? When he went kind of off his head. And he said it's because he had eaten apple cider vinegar. He said apple cider vinegar, of which you're only ever supposed to have, I think, 1 or 2 teaspoons a day, just had sent him absolutely flying. And I'm kind of just want to meet him and dig into that a little bit.
You don't want him getting in the lift, because you know he'll start crying about some weird shit. And you don't need that. You're already in a stressful enough environment. You don't need to go in, oh, but the Frozen movie, it's the death of Western civilization. And then you start drowning with all the tears. It's a confined space. You don't need an outlet of water. That doesn't help the situation for anybody.
And also asking why he wrote such a boring book.
True.
The first chapter also is really quite good, because it's kind of, if you are a kind of...
Also, you'd say, like, how are we getting out of this stuck lift? And he'd go, what do you mean by stuck? And you'd just get into
What do you mean by lift?
Yeah, what is this lift concept? You say we're in a lift, but I don't feel like I'm in a lift. Oh, for fuck's sake, Jordan. Jesus, mate.
Young man who is trapped in his mum's bedroom and spends all their time going down internet rabbit holes and can't get a girlfriend and doesn't use deodorant and lives in a pigsty. He basically says, clean up your room, have a shower, use deodorant, get out more, and just generally be a bit,
which is not like terrible advice, but also again from a druggie. So I mean, well, keep it in context. But also, it's not very advanced, really, is it?
Well, it's. I mean, basically all self-help books say identical things, and none of it is more profound than anything that's been said there.
Yeah.
This is the problem. The self-help industry is 100% fully a grift.
Oh,
right? Yeah. All of that could be replaced by you just Googling, what can I do to improve my mental health? And then just click first result on Google. You don't need to buy.
Yeah.
You don't need to look up to a guru. You don't need to find yourself a new daddy.
No.
To be able to engage in mindfulness.
There are medical things you can do as an intervention. But in the first place, there are some very basic things like, better diet, better exercise, regular sleep. That sort of thing.
More contact with friends.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's stuff you already know, because it's stuff that when you do it in the past, you felt better. So you already basically know it. It's just that Jordan Peterson will sell you that piece of very dull advice for 20 fucking quid. Or however much the book cost, I don't know. Someone sent me a free digital e-copy. I wasn't spending money. You joking?
Did we get
all of that is, I think.
Pause. YouTube, did we get a raid 5 minutes ago? I just had a really weird jump up in viewers from 150 to 190 with 5 minutes. Did we do that? Or did we just get people coming for another ending thing? I don't know.
I think reasonably good advice for the majority of the population. But after that, it really is possibly the most tedious book I've ever read, and I just want to know why. I want to know why no one should be that boring.
You'd like to get inside his head, yeah.
I think it's absolutely obscene if I'm going to write a book that boring and still become a sort of multimillionaire off the back of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
With that was to do with the all-meat diet, wasn't it? He went on a diet where he was just eating.
Well, if anything's going to give you bad breath and BO, it's going to be an all-meat diet. I'm just saying.
Oh yes, and the toilet trips can't be pleasant either. That cannot be good.
This interview is going in a way I never imagined.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. Yes. But it has been an.
It's good that I think I sense a certain Logan influence there. I feel like I've had my presence has been felt in his oeuvre.
There we go. There we go.
Yes. Yeah. The scatological. That's very much my sweet spot.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it. And honestly, I could talk to you all day, but
But you won't, because that's the end of the talk. Yeah, everyone go and follow Turn Left, obviously.
Do it. We command you. And thank you, Lewis, for dropping by and saying hello.
Yes, indeed. Lewis is good people, even though I did insult him by saying that his room looks like the inside of a toilet. Because it's got like that kind of yellowy, not yellow, that kind of aqua blue tiling that you get in like public toilets. Yeah.
Well, those are the audio things.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, we can move on if you want to, but we haven't been going a while. Ash Sarkar, if you wanted.
Yeah, go on then. Let's drop in on Ash and Tim Stanley, who's the poshest man in the country, apparently.
He is quite posh. What's this? I'd rather boil my head than vote for Lame. Okay, interesting. Oh.
Look at that face. The face is like fucking blink twice if you need help, Ash.
Yeah, that is. This is the beginning of a hostage, like announcement, isn't it? This is, put the 2 million in the bag and leave it at this address. Yeah.
Please release however many Palestinians from the jail.
It's not me, by the way. It's Ash Sarkar.
I am going to be talking about what Keir Starmer has gotten right and wrong, and what Jeremy Corbyn's new party means for the British left and politics more generally. What's interesting to me about...
I just want to point out, the first thing I clicked on when I was putting up BBC News is that apparently the police are now investigating Strictly Come Dancing drug use claims. And I have literally only one guess as to who that might be.
Strictly drug... I don't watch the show, so I don't know anything about it. Who's the drug person?
Oh, well... I mean, in a totally unrelated story, you remember that guy who's been posting like AI right-wing rants on social media?
Oh, the Bosch guy.
That guy, yeah. Tom Skinner. He's on Strictly Come Dancing. That's completely unrelated to the previous story about the potential. The police are actually investigating allegations of drug use on Strictly.
Yeah. The only thing I know about this year... Well, actually, there are two things I know about this year's Strictly. One of which is that Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank is on.
He is on this one, yeah.
Which is incredible. That's a blast from the past. I got to see him score a hat-trick at the Blues. He was fucking incredible. Anyway, and a schoolmate of mine, Karen Carney, is also on. And I didn't go to like a particularly posh school or anything. She was
Karen Carney?
She was an England international footballer and is now a TV presenter person. And she was not only at my school, in my fucking year, in my classes. She was awesome. Anyway, yeah, but that's all I know. That's all I got.
Reform.
I hope it's not her. That'd be terrible. Plus, she's only small. A tiny amount of drugs could get her high.
And I think that I'm somebody who, in the past, really underestimated Nigel Farage, and I'm trying to take him a lot more seriously now. Of course, they are, way to the right of Labour on issues like immigration and crime. And at the moment, this summer, they're playing the greatest hits. London is a hellhole, immigrants are everywhere. To be expected. But they're also doing some stuff which is really unexpected, and I think that's because there has been an absence in that left economic populist space.
Ash Sarkar is known to many people for this viral moment.
So where will you be marching in the next 2 days?
I'll be marching in Westminster tomorrow alongside thousands of other people who found the policy of border separation.
Did you see Piers Morgan do this literally again to Crystal Ball the other week?
No. What? Well, she's not literally a communist, though, is she?
I mean, it's just... But he did the... so you think that Trump is bad? Well, have you considered that Obama... Also, how many things did Obama... How many deportations did Obama do? Trump bad, what about Obama bad on immigration? Yeah. To somebody who is quite literally a progressive liberal.
Yeah, like ridiculous shit, ridiculous. Putin agrees to robust security guarantees for Ukraine. US envoys. Steve Witkoff. So we can ignore it because that's literally irrelevant and he's a lying fucking sack of shit. Who cares? That's literally that's the opposite of when they lead with Hamas-led health service says blah blah blah. They've done the opposite of that and led with the claim, and then somewhere further down they've gone, yeah, it was Steve Witkoff claims it. So we can ignore that then. Okay. Don't care.
Unconscionable.
Yep.
You think that the sight of our elected Prime Minister holding Donald Trump's hand is an utter embarrassment?
Did you find Obama deporting 3 million people unconscionable? You split up many families.
Yes, I did, and that's why. And that's.
Hey, hello, turn left in chat. You're 1.4 behind. Oh, right, so you're hang on. So you'll hear me say that in about an hour then, if you're that far behind.
Where was your protest march against that when he came to the country?
And that's why I also
But if you feel so strongly about it, Ash, where was your protest march against Obama? If you found that unconscionable too, where was the march?
You do not have to go out and march against everything in order to make a point about one thing.
No, if you find them both unconscionable and it's the same issue, you have to march twice, don't you?
I would actually encourage you to maybe check out some of the other work that I've done where I've been intensely...
Tell you what I'd do, Ash, I'd go and check out some basic facts about your hero, Obama.
He's not my hero. I'm a communist, you idiot.
You didn't plan any protests against him, did you?
That was Ash in 2018 debating whether or not she should protest Donald Trump with Piers Morgan. And I think the reason why this caught so many people's imagination is, one, Ash had the cojones to tell a man on his own show that he...
Hang on, Miss Hart, is that true? Piers Morgan debated whether the Turin Shroud was real. The thing that we've proven is wrong. The thing that, if it were true, Jesus would be 9 feet tall. The proportions don't work. It was made by a fraudster using refractory light methods and stuff for the time to stain the cloth. Again, if it were real, Jesus would have to have been about 9 feet tall for it to work. Which, like, there are many claims made about the J-Dog. I think if he was 9 feet tall, they would have written it down.
Well, far be it from me, but I heard some voicemails from back in the times when Jesus was alive, and I can assure he was 9 feet tall.
Well, how would one have gained access to such private communications? Surely not through Piers Morgan.
That is something that neither I nor Mr. Leveson can tell you.
He was an idiot, and two, because she described herself as a communist, despite, Stalin and Pol Pot, etc. And I should note that Novara Media...
What the fuck are... You're not a human. You can't be a human. Who talks like that? Despite Stalin and Mao, etc.
It's like, well, you call yourself a capitalist, despite Augusto Pinochet and etc.
Fucking stupid. Don't forget, you can give me money to put the hat back on if you wanted to, chat. You can. I believe in you. Do you have any funny headwear that you can... You don't really need to. You've got millionaires on your side now, haven't you?
True,
You've got Oilers.
Yes, Mr. Vince, please give me money. You have millions and millions of pounds, and I have not got that.
Well, indeed.
I promise I will put that all into spreading left-wing propaganda for you, and I will promise not to buy lots of Magic the Gathering cards with it.
Well, that's basically the same thing.
True.
Yeah. Then marketed a T-shirt with literally a communist written across it for £25 a pop. So capitalism can be beautiful. And to the right, Ash's...
Okay, I mean, in theory, what you were suggesting she do? Set up some sort of work voucher scheme at the factory commune that exists somewhere to give to charge? Like, what the fuck? She lives in a capitalist society. That's one of the things I despise about capitalism, is it doesn't really give you an option but to do capitalism.
And also on top of this, like, again, he's mistaking commerce for private ownership of production. Like,
yeah.
Novara Media is a non-profit.
Yeah.
I believe that the manufacturer of their merchandise is cooperatively owned. There's no capitalism in it, right?
No,
just selling products on the market is commerce. It's not.
No, selling things is. No one ever sold anything before capitalism. Capitalism invented markets, don't you know?
One of the faces of the woke loony left, but I have got to know Ash better than that as a panelist on the Moral Maze, and I have discovered her to be a very nice, very intelligent person who I'm convinced is on a long march to join the Reform Party. So my first question is, Ash, are you really a communist?
Yeah, I am really a communist. What was funny about that clip is that I think people expect me to be really different now and to have moved on from it. And I think in some ways I am. I probably wouldn't lose my rag in the same way. It just so happened that Piers Morgan really got under my skin that morning.
He does everyone, don't worry.
And I think now I would like to be a bit more emotionally regulated, but I'm still a communist. And this was the point of the book, which is I imagined it being a conveyor belt towards Marxism. So I wanted to start people out by thinking about the media, thinking about the liberal identity politics that they might be familiar with from TikTok or Instagram, and shunt them towards Marxism bit by bit. And I actually think that communism as a politics which is distinct from merely being, oh, I'm on the left or I'm a progressive, I think it's more important than ever. And what Jodie Dean calls the communist horizon, so this sort of actually existing pole of attraction in politics, I actually think it changes a lot for the better. It's not just good for the left, it's not just good for people who call themselves communists. I think it's good for everybody. It has an important effect of disciplining capitalism. And I actually think me and you agree on quite a lot about the evils of commodification. Which
we do, and I hope that'll come out. I just want to ask quickly, to those who might not understand then, is saying...
How can you be a capitalist and hate commodification?
I mean, I guess it's kind of the this internal contradiction, right? I guess Tim Stanley probably sees himself more like the pre-1979 conservatives. I mean, because I guess really, truly, the historically, the party of capitalism has been the Liberal Party in the UK. Insofar as what conservatives actually supported was the aristocracy as a concept in class society. The economic system that underpinned that was kind of irrelevant to that position. It just so happened that when aristocracy moved to oligarchy, to be able to continue to support the powerful and to conserve that, you therefore have to become far more openly like hyper-capitalist. Well, that was never really necessarily the position of the Conservative Party of old, because the kind of the ways in which the classes can intermingle amongst capitalism, it kind of is opposed by conservatism. If you're an old school conservatism, actually you do believe that there is more than just commodification. That's a very capital L liberal position. But as I've said, like in a post neoliberalism world, like you can't, like if you want to maintain access to power post aristocracy, you have to be pro oligarchy. You know, I as you've pointed out many times, the Conservative Party nowadays are not conservative.
Nope.
No self-respecting conservative, as people like Harold Macmillan would agree, would allow, British commodities, British historical things like dynasties, like the Royal Mail, to be owned by Czech billionaires.
Yeah,
right?
It's madness. Literally, imagine explaining to an old school conservative that we pay through the nose for a train system that doesn't work to underpin the cheap cost of Belgian train fare. That would fucking melt their brains. And rightly so. It's bullshit. It's total fucking bullshit. And I'm not some big nationalist. I just think it's absurd that we're underpinning anyone else's shit like that. Like, what the fuck? We've got the worst fucking trains in Europe. Well, in Western Europe, certainly. And yet all of the investment ends up trickling into the pockets of fucking French train companies. It's mad.
Yeah, what it reminds me of, this particular about the commodification of things that a raw capitalist would support, but a traditional conservative wouldn't. Do you remember that bit from the H. Bomber Guy video about the war on Christmas? And it's Bill O'Reilly bringing on this Christian priest or Christian vicar or whatever the fuck they're called, to talk about the war on Christmas. And Bill O'Reilly goes, "Look at all of these commercial department stores that won't use the word Christmas. Isn't that terrible?" And the clergyman responds and says, "Well, actually, I care more about the fact that we've turned it into a consumerist escapade rather than talking about the history of Christianity and the what Jesus stood for and the reality of the nativity. Like this is what I care about. You care about how we purchase commodities, and that is the kind of the most despoiling of what should be outside of the realms of economics in a traditionalist kind of conservative view, which is, again, that does not exist in a modern conservative environment because they're all neoliberals.
Like, literally, in the Bible, there is a very telling and pointed story of Jesus throwing traders out of a fucking temple. it couldn't be much more clear. It's not a very well masked piece of charade. Like, it's pretty obvious. It's religion and finance are to be separated. You do not welcome the traders in to the temple. The temple is a sacred, non-money related thing. Okay? For the existential, for the godly, you have the temple. For the real world, you have the trader.
I mean, these are the kind of people who think that Tyler Durden is supposed to be an aspirational rather than a figure of ridicule. So expecting them both to understand subtext or even text, it's going to be a real long shot.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, of course, I think where the film, rather than the story of that, lets him down, is that at the end of the book, you find him in a mental institution. Whereas at the end of the film, they actually succeed in blowing up the buildings. You still know it's like not real, right? It's revealed that the two people are the same, but essentially they're successful, and that he gets his end result and blah blah blah. Whereas, of course, that's foiled in the book, and he gets impounded as a lunatic because that's precisely what he is, of course. Anyway, which is a little bit less sexy, I think. You know,
I'm a communist one step beyond saying, as many Labour Party supporters would, I am a socialist or a social democrat.
I mean, this is a big debate within.
Why is he talking like a kind of Radio 3 presenter? And that was the Third Symphony from Bach in G minor. Like, it's just weird. Just talk like a human. Even posh people talk like posh people.
In Marxism, is there really...
Good point by InfoStation Chat again. Like, you can kind of do soft lefty nationalism in response to the fact that the anti-woke radical right, they're all fucking owned by foreign capital, as you point out. They're all heavily Americanized. I mean, that was the Dale Vince clip that he put out. Like, they don't actually care. Look, fucking Tom Skinner wearing a great "Make America Great Again" hat. These people don't give a shit about Britain.
Oh, that winds me up.
Yeah, they don't care about the fucking people of the UK. They're fucking Ameriboos.
Yeah.
Right, they're talking about dumb American culture war shit that's born out of something completely unrelated to this country and trying to import it here because that's all they fucking know, because they get their politics from YouTube rather than from real life. Because again, Nigel Farage has no real problems. Reform UK politicians have no real problems. They invent problems to get mad at.
It's so annoying. You see some dickhead in a "Make America Great Again" hat, and you just want to be like, motherfucker, what do you mean make America great again? You're from Slough. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, Bosh!
A difference between socialism and communism. Is socialism stage one of the revolution and communism is stage two? The reason why I use the term communist as opposed to socialist is because I first think that there is really important work to be done, not just in terms of national ownership and public ownership, but returning things to the commons. So lots of things which have become commodified. I do think there needs to be some kind of process of decommodification. I don't know what that would look like, but I think that's something that's really important. And the second thing is that I think that many socialists are content to just take things into public ownership and not change the structure of it very much. That was a big tradition within the Labour Party, you know, particularly in the 1940s. And I think that communism is once more, it's something which is distinct from that. And then the last thing is...
See, that's where I differ. I think that's why I say socialist rather than communist, because I think if if the soft version of what you're selling is still sort of unattainable within your lifetime, asking for something even more sort of out there doesn't seem like a practical step.
I get that point of view. I think the reason personally why I use communist rather than socialist is because of the level of internationalism that I think is necessary. Especially in the current era of politics, I've historically called myself a socialist, and I describe a socialist perspective. That's definitely where my economics comes from. But broadly, I would call myself both a socialist and a communist. But my communism is a representation of the fact that the current international neoliberal world order is so powerful that merely changing the internal economics of the country that you live in is not enough. Because you'll lose, right? You can do what you will lose to international capital if you try. This has to be an international movement to change the way in which we think about the structure of international society against what have become supranational corporations, Whereas before, if it was the 1940s, I'd call myself a socialist and I would have voted for Clement Attlee, and that would have been done with it. But we live in a different world now. Like, if this is because you can have like there's internal socialist economics within a single state. We've already seen that socialism in one country was a failure. Right? It was a failure for quite a long time, and the global world we live in is just a completely different place. And I think that there is the necessity of a global change towards a different approach to how we think about society, rather than just the kind of the raw economics. I think is why I would say that. But again, I would also call myself a socialist too.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Marcel Paul, worst case I remember is a French cosplay sovereign citizen babble invoking common law in France. Yeah, exactly that. It's even worse here, because at least in France you're a republic, so in theory people power is a thing. Whereas in the UK, any of these knobheads going on about themselves being sovereign citizens, that isn't a thing. That's never been a thing in Britain. Legally speaking, the Queen or the King owns basically everything. Like, literally, serving in prison is called being held at His Majesty's pleasure. Because literally, the King and or Queen, whatever, can just pardon criminals and let them out. There's no justice here. There's no semblance of you being the unit of power. Like in America, in theory, it's, government of the people, by the people, for the people. No, it's His Majesty's government. That's literally what it's called. It's His Majesty's government, His Majesty's opposition, His Majesty's parliament.
Oh, and literally, our society is officially differentiated between royals and commoners.
Yeah, literally, yeah. Literally, the Commons and the Lords are the two fucking chambers of Parliament. That's for a reason. It's mental. It's really silly. But it does mean that when the sovereign citizens speak, it's even more ludicrous. It's not just your usual nonsense about, yellow frill on a flag means it's an Admiralty Court. That's just funny. Whereas in Britain, it's just absurd. Like, you deserve to be locked away. Fuck you. Dickhead.
And what's funny is, like, there are plenty of models that still have monarchies where none of this shit exists anymore. They have normal societies where post-liberalism they decided to do away with the dumb shit that we have continually adhered to.
Yeah,
and they just have these symbolic monarchs that act as this figurehead of society, binding between the units of the people of the country, whatever it is. And they don't have the dumb historical shit that we have.
Yeah, the Danes and the Dutch and stuff. They've got they've got monarchs, but they're just sort of there.
Yeah.
I don't think they have the fucking Prime Minister around for tea every week and grill him on stuff. I don't think that happens. But, whatever. That's just me being a commie, I suppose.
Is that I think that if I was to fall back from communism and stop calling myself one, my husband might divorce me. So it's important to hold the ground.
It was a red wedding.
It was a red wedding.
Before we get onto that, I'm sure we will do. Can you just explain perhaps to people what your version of communism is? Because people might be listening to this thinking that it's that you would support everyone having the same wage and no capitalism whatsoever. But as we know, there are.
This guy's a professional political analyst. This is a 5 million subscriber YouTube channel, if I can read that correctly.
Nearly 6, 5.99.
5.9 million YouTube channel for one of the biggest newspapers in the country. And he's there going, communism is when everybody has the same wage.
Yeah, so in your version of communism, and nobody has a toothbrush, and everyone has to have a moustache and smoke a pipe, I believe.
No, they all have to have Kim Jong-un's haircut.
Literally, Kim Jong-un's haircut, and you have to cry when the leader dies, and
And you go on your daily pilgrimage to the tomb of Lenin.
True. But the good thing about doing that is, of course, you're within earshot of throbbing YMCA.
Shades of communism. China has state-controlled capitalism, for example. So, do you believe in a society where the state controls everything and everyone's paid the same wage, or is it a different version for you?
No, so it's a different version in lots of lots of ways. The first thing to say is that someone who was a really big political influence, not just on me, but Novara Media as a project, was Franco Berardi, better known as Bifo. So he was one of the autonomists, and he would call himself a libertarian communist. So many of those political freedoms, freedom of conscience, freedom of expression, freedom
People
of...
forget this. Libertarian was a word that meant, like, a non-state socialist. Right up until the fucking 60s, really, 50s in America, when they started to steal the word. Libertarian always meant a socialist. That's how it was always understood in Europe. People moved away from it once these fucking Chicago boy twats started going, oh, I'm a libertarian. I'm for small states, but I also support torture chambers in Chile. Woo! Like, you know.
Like, the only, like, historical libertarian state that's ever existed was revolutionary Ukraine. There has never been a libertarian state, a lasting libertarian state that has ever been as big as revolutionary Ukraine. And yet, in America, it just means fucking ANCAPs, and they've got fucking Liberland in that, like, Terra Nullius on the Danube.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's their historic claim to a libertarian society. When revolutionary Ukraine lasted for years.
Still my favourite ever. I was debating, I think it was on, like, Hippy Dippy or some shit, or one of those shows, and talking to a libertarian, and we were discussing the NAP, the non-aggression principle. The idea that if you aggress upon me, I can then, essentially have carte blanche to do what I want to you in retaliation because you damage my property. And I backed him into a corner so much that we decided that a breaking of the NAP would include me stepping on his lawn and breaking one bit of grass, and him then being able to drop a nuclear bomb on my house. That, under his understanding of libertarianism, that would be a perfectly reasonable exchange.
Oh my god! Like, I remember when Tim Pool supported the idea of private nuke ownership. Tim Carr, fucking.
Or of course the brilliant one. What, a license to drive a car? What next? A license to own a toaster?
Just literally the fucking dumbest political ideology in history, right? There are many evils of fascism. I'm certain that these telegraph people believe there are evils of communism. Fascist, communist, capitalist, socialist states, those have all existed. Libertarianism never fucking existed, right? There has never ever been an ANCAP society ever in history.
Well, it couldn't, because it couldn't replicate itself, because there's no way of being laid as a libertarian, so you just couldn't reproduce the next generation. It wouldn't happen.
Of assembly, freedom of publication, these are all things which are really, really important within this particular tradition. And the autonomists, of course, they were active at the time which was known as Red Bologna. So there was a very authoritarian form of communism very closely linked to the trade union movement around car manufacturing at that time, and the autonomists were very antagonistic towards them. So that's the sort of political tradition that I'm informed by, and Novara Media as well. There's something else which is, I think, important to point out, which is capitalism isn't the same thing as a free market, and I actually think that the stage of capitalism that we live in,
I think, God bless Ash Sarkar, she responded to a guy going, does your communism involve everyone getting paid the same wage? And started talking about really cool shit like, oh, this autonomist in Red Bologna and stuff. Look, you've just fried his brain. He doesn't know what the fucking day of the week it is anymore. God bless.
Defined by the lack of open, fair and transparent exchange. So I don't think that communism should replicate the worst things about this stage of capitalism, which is the lack of freedom, the lack of options, the lack of variety. I don't think that a state monopoly is much better than a private monopoly.
No, but I guess just to simplify it, what would Britain look like under the type of communism that you would like to see?
I mean, this is something which I talked to Andrew Neil about, which is...
To be fair, our dental hygiene is so bad anyway. Would we notice if everyone had their toothbrush taken?
True.
You can't get a dentist either way, so who cares? Hmm?
I mean, what she articulated there, it reminds me of that clip, right? Remember that clip that I have as an emote in my chat in my Twitch, which is Richard Wolff saying socialism is when the government does stuff, when it's communism and the government does all the stuff, right? That clip is very specifically from a lecture he's giving critiquing Stalinist socialism, saying, well, actually, in reality, the government owning all the industry rather than the people is not too dissimilar to private interests owning the means of production rather than the people, right? The mass of people still have no autonomy over their own lives. It's just a different master, and that the only reason it was ever called socialism is because the amount of struggle that the Russian people went to overthrow the Tsar, the revolutions and the people that died, the blood that was spilled to create the communist society, right? The transitional step of the state being used to subsume private capital to then wither away and then create the socialist society that Marxism or scientific socialism said it should create, that never actually happened because they would have to sacrifice some more to be able to wait for that. And it was just like, no, it's fine. We've got there already. Yeah, and communism when the government does all the things. Government's got all the things, especially because they already had that power, right? Yeah. So it's the really kind of salient point, and I think that so much more could be understood of Marxism if people were cognizant of that fact.
No. The only thing you need for understanding Marxism is just to read the Communist Manifesto.
And then debates. You're all prepared.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Is, Marx said, I don't write recipes for the cookshops of the future, and neither do I. This isn't something that...
Yeah, but that was sort of bullshit, because he was making predictions about the development of large-scale industry that hadn't happened yet. That's sort of his genius, actually, was that he did kind of predict the future.
Oh, and that's the thing as well, is just that what I find quite funny is people say, oh, well, Marx said capitalism was evil. And whilst he did certainly have critiques, like, the whole point of socialism is that it's an economic system that is only possible because of the decay of capitalism. Yeah. He was scientific in his socialism.
Well, he literally said that socialism was impossible without the development of capitalism. The capitalism had to happen.
The development of the productive forces to be able to create the fertile ground for socialism to come about, and that capitalism was a necessary and good and moral step away from feudalism.
Yeah, exactly. It was an advance on what had previously existed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a reason why the massive human wealth exists post-capitalism and post-feudalism, because feudalism necessarily negated the efficient use of resources because it was subsumed by people based upon nothing other than inherited landed gentry.
Yeah, literally, he was doing all of that writing in London, a metropolis that couldn't have existed if feudalism had. Like, you couldn't have had that level of urbanization, for instance. Mm-hmm. That kind of accrual of wealth and not commodities. What's the word I'm looking for? Resources in one particular place to have that number of people. Mad shit. But they imagine him to be like just sat there frothing at the mouth, going, "Oh, capitalism, bad!" Ah! Like, no, he wasn't a psycho. He understood the goods and the bads of it all, and had an amazing beard. Not relevant.
It's true.
Not relevant, but true.
I've tended to dedicate a lot more time to my analysis of the present than thinking about what the future would be like. And there are others like my colleague Aaron Bastani, who wrote Fully Automated Luxury Communism, who I think he's a far more intelligent man than me, and he spent a lot more time doing it.
We've had him on the show.
Great guy. I think...
There's one Navarra person you haven't had on, lads. Just saying.
Yeah, where's Stephen Methven?
Hey!
We demand Stephen.
True. No, he's a good lad.
For me, one of the really important things...
You what, sorry?
He was on Turn Left the other day.
Was it? Oh, good stuff. See, I like a crossover. See? It's good stuff.
It is
about what Britain might look like, is that you would no longer have a free-for-all to turn the things which are really valuable about human interaction into commodities. I think that we see that happening with sex and romance through dating apps and OnlyFans. I think we see that with communication, even with WhatsApp and social media platforms. So one of the things that would look very, very different is that we would be able to connect with one another without profit coming in the middle and saying, right, it's got to go through this machine called commodification.
Do you understand that, Tim? I'm not sure.
Jesus Christ. Okay, Tim Stanley I have my issues with, but is this other guy actually like brain dead? Because
he's conservative. Conservatives are stupid.
Well, yeah, his intro was the dumbest thing I've heard so far, and then when she explained a very kind of reasonable way, he then goes, "Do you understand the lady?" I don't understand. What is happening? Oh, like
so what was interesting. I have interacted with a lot of Tim Stanley's work. We've watched him a lot. I think he's a pretty cogent thinker. I disagree with him on a lot of things, and I think that his priors are something, and his values are something that are completely antithetical to mine. We don't share many values at all, you know. But at the very least, he tries to understand what other people think and is learned in that fact, you know? Yeah. And this other guy's just like, communism is when everyone owns the same wage and the state owns everything. And you've just mentioned autonomism and Red Bologna and the idea of commodification undermining human interaction. And my brain is just fucking like the monkey clapping the cymbals.
No, it's done that Homer Simpson thing of like, that's it, I'm out of here, and you just hear it walking down the stairs and slamming the door.
It's by Michael from Alan Partridge.
I'm sorry, Ash, that was just noise.
I'm not sure that. So, would you have say?
It sounds more like an analysis than a program.
Yeah. It is, and like I said, I'm much more comfortable with analysis than presenting a program. That's not something which has ever really been in my work.
And as you know, the British are a very practical bunch.
Oh, yeah.
And their first thought is, you say to them, I have an ideology, and they say, okay, well, what's the policy, and how does that change my life?
But I do think that Marxism is really important as an analysis, and I think it's valuable to everybody as an analysis, even if you don't consider yourself a Marxist. And I tell you, had a really good Marxist analysis was Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher had, I think, a Marxist analysis because she understood that the politics that you get is a reflection of the class forces that you have in society. So that's why I think she dismantled the trade union movement, council housing, broke up working class communities organised around heavy industry in the North and the Midlands. It's because those were machines that produced socialists, and she wanted machines that would produce neoliberal Tory voters. So that's one of the points about my book, and again,
that's
I think
that's one of the it's so glad to hear this said better than I've said it previously. But it's the reality. It's based in superstructure. Like, if anything should be the kind of the biggest dub for Marxism, is that, you know, we've had all of these kind of generations and eras of politics, and there's just a material basis for all of these different movements, right? Yeah. There's a reason why I subscribe to Tom Nicholas's kind of housing theory of everything when it comes to electoral politics. In a post-right-to-buy world, in a heavily commodified property-owning democracy, property owners are all that really matter, right? We're not really that far from, you know, frontier America, where only landowners can vote, because only landowners vote. Only landowning voters matter at this point, because they're the ones who live in the constituencies that matter, and they're the ones who get pandered to by politicians. And it's why 1992 killed the Conservatives, it's why 2008 killed Labour, and it's why Liz Truss killed the Tories, is because fuck with people's mortgages, fuck with people's pensions, right? Like, this is a political economy that is only possible with right to buy, with the mass commodification of housing and the introduction of like the finance sector using housing as a speculative asset, and buy-to-let mortgages and landlordism. The basis of the kind of Thatcherite revolution. This material basis is how what high politics is kind of stretched us in the entirety of this last period. We have so much culture war politics in this country, and I can't remember any election where it has been a deciding factor, especially any change of government. We've only had 4 changes of government in the last 30 years or so. Yeah. Again, which is 1997, 2010, and 2024. And it's those changes of government that have been precipitated by economic conditions and all of the cultural bullshit that is very popular on YouTube and getting clicks on social media. When it comes down to brass tacks, it's the economic base that is how electoral politics, at the very least, is decided. And we have seen year after year it's been decided by what happens to house prices. Like, David Cameron killed hundreds of thousands of people, but fundamentally interest rates stayed low, mortgages were cheap, and the house prices went up, so he won the election in 2015.
Would you say it's the economy stupid?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah, exactly. People vote with their wallet. Very simple.
Criticisms lots of people have is that it's not programmatic enough. It's much more about analysis. Is that I want to demonstrate to people that even if you're not a Marxist, and even if you're listening to this podcast and you think, fucking hell, this girl sounds mad, that there is a value in a Marxist analysis, even if you're a liberal, even if you're a conservative.
And there might be, but is one of the reasons why whenever we've elected a Marxist government, almost whenever.
Well, have we had one?
Yeah, okay, but in history, whenever anyone has had a shot at doing it, it's always ended in shooting lots and lots of people.
Not true.
Is because, just for a second, is precisely because works as analysis, but when you've got to actually turn it into effect, people have to make it up as they go along.
Okay, but then, like, why is it that every time a Marxist government gets elected, it ends up with capitalist America shooting lots of people?
I'm just like, yeah, like, the most recently elected Marxist government was Allende's in Chile.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, the shooting came from the fascists,
yeah.
Tim.
Long, and invariably they have to use
the real September 11th. Never forget.
Compulsion to achieve the kind of freedom that Marx wanted, because it requires such a dramatic transformation of life and the economy.
First thing, not always true.
Unlike capitalism, which was like totally smooth and had no bumps or wrinkles in it whatsoever. Like, they literally act as if capitalism, A, has been there much longer than it has, and B, was a natural evolution that just happened when people decided that Marxist... No, there were Highland clearances and fucking vagabondage laws and introduction of standardised work practices to make people into fucking machines. Like, a huge amount of violence was done to introduce this system. It was a massive overhaul of society.
And as a really great point that Slavoj Žižek makes in his talk on Channel 4, where he points out not only did it require violence to set up, it continually requires violence to maintain, right? Yeah. Just because fucking treatlers in the West, right, and their little fucking labour aristocracy bubble are completely insulated from it. Like, the violence that is meted out with people fucking being killed in cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or being used as slave labor, like dying on the job in Dubai to grease the wheels of capitalism in the Gulf, right?
Well, literally, Coca-Cola hiring death squads to murder trade unionists in Bolivia.
Yeah, like United Fruit Company.
Yeah,
like, these are all the violent acts that which were necessary to uphold capitalism, especially imperialist capital, or I guess it's more kind of comprador capitalism in a kind of a modern sense, rather than kind of the post-imperial capitalism. But there's still violence that goes on to maintain this system. And so, you think things are violent if they change, but you only believe that so because the targets of violence will change and they will affect you, rather than the moment where you are not the target of violence because you are being your lifestyle is supported by violence that is inflicted on other people that you were insulated from.
Yeah, exactly.
There are places in the global south where you actually have a really strong tradition of electoral communism, like in Kerala in the south of India, where you haven't seen the kinds of purges and violence and coercion that I think you're identifying with Soviet Russia and with Maoism. That tradition of electoral communism has actually really delivered on things like education and healthcare for some of the poorest people in Indian society very, very well. So there is a different tradition that exists.
Actually, the greatest point, if capitalism's so fucking secure about itself, why are you still blockading Cuba now? Like, there's no USSR backing them up anymore. There literally are no threat to anybody. And yet you're still
just murdering people for no reason,
Yeah.
So much for the brilliant. And, like, yeah, if you genuinely believe capitalism is the best system, have a free trade agreement with them, Undermine them through superiority rather than through militarism.
And honestly, it never ceases to amaze me, the kindness of the Cuban people. During the third world country, and during COVID, they sent Cuban doctors to capitalist Italy to help them out because they were dying and they didn't have enough fucking doctors.
They sent to Northern Ireland.
That's amazing. What the fuck? Like, even after all of the evil shit capitalism has done to that island, they're still prepared to help out because they're human fucking beings.
Literally, there were Cuban doctors that were sent to the 6 counties during the COVID pandemic.
Yeah, incredible shit. Absolutely incredible.
Also, on another note, I've just been retweeted by Bernie Sanders' brother.
Oh, nice. Motherfucker, you had to see. She's going places.
Oh, he follows me. Nice.
Oh,
he lives in Oxford, that's why.
Oh, well, even so, Bernie Sanders' brother. I apologise for having a go at your brother earlier.
The second thing is, if we want to start talking about the body count of capitalism, I'm more than willing.
Yeah.
Firstly, is that I think that you have huge degrees of...
But I can predict what he's going to do. He's going to say, well, you can't blame capitalist governments for when capitalism kills people. That's not fair. But you can with the Marxisms, for some reason. Because that's what they always do.
Coercion. That's what the prison industrial complex is. That's what poverty is. That's what destitution is. You've also got the coercion of, say, Pinochet's Chile, which was a coup that was backed by the UK and the US. You had an American warship off the coast of Santiago when Allende was being deposed, and people being rounded up and shot in football stadiums. So capitalism has a much higher body count than communism does. We just never seem to apply the same metrics for counting up the fatalities to capitalism than we do for communism.
I'm going to have to come in there.
I'm pretty sure Stalin killed more people than capitalism's killed.
First of all, on the point...
What? How many people do you think existed in Russia at the time than capitalism has killed? I mean, firstly, how many people do you think Joseph Stalin killed? And I guarantee you, because it's literally higher than the number of people who could have existed in Russia at that time, capitalism has killed more. Considerably more.
The Great Purge figure is 1.2 million.
Yeah.
Which is over the course... I guess it was only over the course of 2 years, right? So let's say that...
Oh, he killed a lot of people. I'm not contesting that at all. But the idea that Stalin alone did this is fucking nonsense. Oh, no, he's talking about the Nazis. Of course he is, yeah. The victims of communism. Yeah. Still, my favourite new addition, by the way, to the Victims of Communism Foundation is every single person on Earth that died of COVID, because that was released by the communist Chinese government.
The China virus.
Yeah, literally, that's a thing they've added to their Victims of Communism.
Incredible. It was a CCP bioweapon, and that's what...
Yep, communism did it. Yep. Amazing shit.
Point about the communists in Kerala, they are operating within the context of a country which is essentially capitalist, so they can afford to do what they're doing. During the 70s, when India attempted agrarian socialism under Indira Gandhi, it didn't go very well. So that's one reason why those governments can operate well.
Are you suggesting Indira Gandhi was a communist? Because that's just obviously not fucking true. And she got killed. No? Not interested? Okay.
Regions, but in terms of body...
I have no knowledge of Indira Gandhi, so I literally cannot comment.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's just wrong. Just go with that. It's fine.
And are we going to call slavery capitalism? Okay, well, let's concede that.
Also,
are we going to call...
Agrarian socialism is just not a good philosophy. It's just never been successful post-industrialization.
Yeah. Also, him there sort of going, well, is slavery, is that capitalism? I'm not sure. Like, motherfucker, you argued that just selling T-shirts was capitalism. What about selling humans, then? Do you think they were doing that at just, like, at random numbers? No, they were doing it on a market. They had literal slave markets. No? Okay.
Call starvation and hunger and child employment capitalism. Okay, we'll concede that.
Would you call colonialism and colonial expansion capitalism?
I'm willing to concede all of that. My point is, those are all unintended byproducts of economic...
Oh, that's fine. They're just unintended.
It's not real capitalism. It's not real capitalism, chat. It's not... Not real capitalism alarm. There we go.
Unintended. I'm sorry. When she mentioned specifically the overthrow of Allende in Chile, I'm not sure how you can really claim that was unintentional. How did you accidentally drive tanks into a capital? How did you accidentally park a warship off the coast of a foreign country? I'm not sure these things are just like whoopsie daisies. I think they might have coordinated that whole process to do it. You lying cunt. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Development. What Stalin and Mao did was very deliberately set out to eliminate whole groups of people for political reasons.
Okay, the American government set out specifically to get rid of all of its native peoples in the West. For specifically capitalist reasons, because they wanted that land. They wanted to be able to till that land.
What do you think the fucking East India Company was?
Like, motherfucker, what are you talking about? Did they accidentally do that as well?
These are just the accidental summary executions of the United Fruit Company.
Yeah. Look, we just did an accidental Trail of Tears. What's wrong with you? just whoopsie. Oh, my bad. Promise I won't do that another dozen times, honest. Fucking hell, this is pathetic.
So I would say that when it comes to colonialism, if we're accepting that as we were talking just before you went live, like you and Aaron got onto Hegel, and I was like, oh, we're not going to get that esoteric with me. And now look. Firstly, when it comes to colonialism, if we accept that as part of the history of capitalism, there were deliberate exterminations of whole people.
Fair point. One of the reasons why we're discussing this is because we want to understand, we want our audience to understand, a left-wing critique of Britain's current situation, right? Because we have a Labour government, and there's always an assumption, our politics is so partisan, that you must be really happy right now that we have a Labour government. But I don't think...
Why? It's the most right-wing Labour government there's ever been. Why the fuck would anyone be happy with this? Literally, look at the polls. No one is happy with this. Especially Labour voters.
You are. And if you're not, why do you think things aren't going well?
Well, I think how to answer that question.
We moved on very swiftly from capitalism accidentally murdering all those people.
You're literally, it's like, well, let's move on now that you've correctly critiqued me being wrong about the body counts of capitalism and socialism. I guess there have been more capitalist than socialist countries, so you have to do it per capita, but whatever. One point I was going to make on the subject of the most right-wing Labour government ever, what I've been doing recently is been using DeepSeek, and what I've been doing is stress testing my own arguments, right? I've been asking, like, can you see oppositions to my arguments so I can refine them and make sure I'm not...
Oh, God, you're a fucking nerd. Oh, my God.
I always worry, because obviously I'm here imparting my views to people. The people, like, for better or for worse, who've taken inspiration from the stuff that I've spoken about. And I don't want to feel like I'm in such a fucking bubble, I'm so tunnel vision that I don't understand the critique, right?
Yeah.
But I was talking about is Keir Starmer even? Is he that right wing? Is he that? Is he like this matters? Is like comparing the record of Joe Biden to Keir Starmer. I'm like, yeah, Joe Biden's way to the left of Keir Starmer, and it was correctly was pointed out by the summary that was given in response to me by DeepSeek is the one that I use, and it's just like. Yeah, well, you got expanded child tax credits. You got the big investment into manufacturing centers across the country in left behind heartlands, like tariffs on Chinese vehicles to protect like American manufacturing and American jobs. So you walked a fucking picket line. You walked a picket line with the UAW. He directly pointed out Sean Fain in his State of the Union address. He's stood up for migrants and trans rights in the way that Keir Starmer wants to fucking exterminate them from society.
Well, exactly. Like under Keir Starmer, you need to have your passport with you to go for a wank or a piss or shit.
Literally.
You never needed any of that under Genocide Joe.
Literally, both of them complicit in genocide, right?
Yeah,
But at least Joe Biden, right? At least his genocide is done with a pride flag on the side of it.
Exactly. It really makes you feel like you're a part of history.
But it's just like to be so right wing as a Labour leader, again, it's just. There is no counter argument to this. There is no counter argument to the reality that the taxes on the rich were higher. At least the ones they attempted that they can get through Congress were higher. Maybe the trade union protections are slightly better in Britain because they have more freedom because there's no Taft-Hartley Act, which would be difficult to try and get rid of. And the level of investment is higher. Public spending was higher. The social stuff is higher. I'm like. The nationalisation of the trains is just fucking it's nothing. It's freaking free, and especially since there are already nationalised trains in America anyway under Amtrak. There's no argument against this idea that Keir Starmer is to the right of Joe Biden. There's no counter argument.
Which is fucking depressing because it was always my assumption back in the day. It was my assumption that even the Conservative Party was sort of to the left of basically every major political figure in America. And now it's even our supposedly left-wing party is to the right of their centrist shithole party.
Of like the second most right-wing candidate to be the Democratic nominee for president, by the way.
And
the only one who's more
oldest human being ever to be candidate.
Yeah, like the only one of that contest that was more right-wing was Michael Bloomberg. Everyone else was at least perceived to be left-wing. Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, I forgot Michael Bloomberg ran. Went and spent like $20 million of his own money to get called a rapist. Amazing. just why do they feel the need to embarrass themselves like this? It's fucking tragic. But it's still good to see talking of rapists from New York, Cuomo still going. He's still chugging along, pretending that he has a fucking chance of anything. Why? So that he can get absolutely rinse you. Like, why are you doing this? Well, everyone's just going, oh, the sex pest. The sex pest is still around, is he? Sex pest who killed Granny. Jesus. Oh.
In the words of Curtis Lewa, he's slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Jesus Christ. Well, that is an American terminology. Reminds me of not Pat Cash. John McEnroe, when he was doing commentary on Wimbledon and saying, "Oh, they need to tell the crowd to get back down on their fannies." Now in Britain, that means vaginas. But
it does.
He claimed not to know, but he'd been coming here since the 70s. He must have found that out, surely. Cheeky little minx. Got away with saying a rude word on BBC, didn't they? Thankfully, he didn't say anything about the IDF, though, so the BBC didn't cut away from him.
At Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, they have a style of government that I can only describe as computer says no. And I think that that's something which people on the left like myself find infuriating, people on the right find infuriating, and people who are maybe neither on the left nor right but who are attracted to the eat my short style populism of Nigel Farage, they also find it infuriating. Because I think one of the things that we can all agree on is that we want some kind of effective government that's capable of dealing with, you know, social, political and economic crises. And this government seems to have as a badge of honour, sorry, we can't do anything about that. And I think that everybody finds that completely infuriating. What's interesting to...
There is a very small subtext of society that finds this edifying, right? Insofar as they are so wedded and committed to the idea of centrist governance that performatively saying that possible things are impossible is seen as a virtue to these people because it is emblematic of the vibes-based governance that they want, which is that nothing is too radical because radicalism is bad prima facie, regardless of whether or not there is any utility to the policy that's being proposed. Yeah. The facade of being sensible, of the people who will say things like, well, I just want to have to forget about politics. I'm like, well, that just means that you're somebody who has no real problems.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They want the adults in the room. And the adults in the room don't do anything. That's the point of the adults in the room, is to just not really do anything.
Exactly.
To me, about reform, and I think that I'm somebody who, in the past, really underestimated Nigel Farage, and I'm trying to take him a lot more seriously now, is, of course, they are... way to the right of Labour on issues like immigration and crime. And at the moment, this summer, they're playing the...
Are they? Are you sure? Because, today I saw a really interesting big up, if you will, from a certain member of Parliament for Keir Starmer on this particular issue, yeah. Keir Starmer tweeted out, I will do what it takes to uphold the law and ensure fairness for British people. If someone doesn't have the right to be in this country... we won't allow them to stay. And Rupert fucking Lowe patted him on the back. So, how far to the right of them are they exactly? Not sure.
I mean, again...
it seems a rather pedantic difference, if anything.
I mean, again, to the right of Joe Biden on this one.
Very much so, very much so. Who, of course, completely opened the southern border. There was no border there. Honest.
When in reality they kept the COVID, was it Title 42, Title 32?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. They kept essentially a border block in place, like a statutory border in place to stop people crossing over, because that was done originally because it was about wanting to mitigate the spread into the country of the coronavirus, but it was extended essentially for the remainder of the Biden presidency just to try and pander to anti-immigrant sentiment. And he still left a fucking Keir Starmer.
But it wasn't like an evil Takeshi's Castle style, course that the migrants had to run along the Rio Grande. So it wasn't good enough. It didn't have any crocodiles, any swinging knives, any circular saws, anything. It was rubbish.
Not that Ron DeSantis didn't try, or was it Greg Abbott? Who had like fucking mincing machines in the river?
Well, it couldn't be Ron DeSantis because Florida is not a.
I know it's not, but I think he just fucking did it because he was trying to run for president, right? That was back when he had his. He's
done the flights. He's put migrants on flights and sent them to like weird places.
Oh, it was Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard. Yes, which interestingly has been in the news this week for 2 separate deli owners refusing to serve Alan Dershowitz. He lives in the town and they've refused to serve him. They've told him to fuck off. So he's threatening to sue them for like $100 million. Yeah, good luck with that one, friend. Yeah, amazing.
The greatest hits, London is a hellhole, immigrants are everywhere. To be expected. But they're also doing some stuff which is really unexpected, and I think that's because there has been an absence in that left economic populist space. So I first realised something was up when a friend of mine who works for a campaign around public ownership spotted Richard Tice at the launch of a trade union report into water ownership. That was the first time he was like, something's kind of up here. Yeah. And then you've got Reform saying, we'd take Thames Water into public ownership. Labour haven't done that. Same with British Steel. They outflanked Labour to the left. And there's a real, at least, change in rhetoric from Nigel Farage, who wrote in the Daily Mail this year, we want to be a friend to the trade union movement. Very different from what he was saying.
Well, yeah, but just bear in mind that this sheep that you see before you does have rather sharp fangs. I wonder if there's anything going... No, it's just a sheep, I reckon. That'd be fine. Yeah, let him in. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, 100%.
Just a few years ago. So I think they've worked out that there is a hunger for some degree of left economic populism, and Reform have said we're going to take up that space, which is very clever positioning.
And do you believe them? Do you think they've changed their mind, or is this some bourgeois tactic?
Would I call it a bourgeois tactic? It's really hard because, of course, Nigel Farage is untested in power. What he's been able to do very effectively is by...
You what, sorry?
Office. Yeah, she said untested in power.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, no, I'm with you.
Being an electoral threat to one of the 2 major parties is then shaping their policy by kind of stealing their lunch. Right, so forcing them to shift position. We haven't really seen ever what he would do if he had power. So my instinct is to say, this is all a crock of nonsense. This is just because he wants to be able to take votes off of Labour in Labour seats. He can't just do that using Brexit anymore because it's a settled issue. But
don't tell that to the Dems. You're gonna have Ed Davey crying, okay?
I mean, literally, I was just about to say the exact same thing. Great minds, Kev. Great minds. Yes, what I would point out here is that what's a really interesting fact is that a lot of the people who voted for Brexit in the north of England in post-industrial areas, their understanding of the European Union and what they were sold about it by the Nigel Farages and the Silk is that the problem is that you were undermined by wage arbitrage and deindustrialization because of the free trade agreement that we had by being in the European single market. When in reality, the EU is a protectionist bloc, not internally, but externally.
Yes.
Europe protects its own internal industries via tariffs, right?
Yep.
Deindustrialization was external to our relationship with the European Union. It was far more systemic and, of course, was related to our own kind of industries and, of course, was deliberately manufactured by Thatcherism. And this was sold. Brexit was sold to these people. It was we would leave the European Union single market, and that would bring the jobs back. And people that's how they viewed it. There was the opposition to EU membership from the Harold Wilson Labour Party at the time during the European Economic Community stuff, right? Whereas in reality, the people who sold the snake oil of Brexit, the Farages and the Tices and the Johnsons of this world, they viewed the EU as bad because it was protectionist. They wanted to have free trade deals with India and with the United States, which would be far more undermining of the protection of British industry than being a member of the European Union single market ever would. But this reality was completely missold to voters for Brexit, who were told that the EU single market was the problem, when in reality, the pro-free trade Thatcherite neoliberals, which is what people like Nigel Farage are, deliberately wanted to undermine trade union rights in that way, wanted to undermine industrial manufacturing in that way, so it get exported to the global south and they could turn UK into a sweatshop of Europe through these free trade agreements, right? And I don't know how people bought it. It's crazy.
No, absolutely, yeah.
The honest answer is, I don't know. We've never seen what he's like in power.
You were a Labour Party member when Jeremy Corbyn was leader. I think you left Labour in 2021, not long after Starmer got in. I think you voted Green last year, is that right? So you're obviously not a supporter of Keir Starmer. Do you think there's anything that he is doing right, or do you think that he has just gone far too much to the centre / to the right for your type of, left-wing politics?
Initially, I thought that one thing that he got right was settling public sector pay disputes really early. That was one of his first priorities. It was, we're not going to be beset by the kind of strike wave that really hobbled the Conservatives in the last couple of years of their governance. Now we're seeing that start to come back, particularly with the BMA. So who knows if that's something that they were able to quell and settle for good. What else has Keir Starmer got right?
Well, they're talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden walked on the picket line, and you now have Labour Party ministers, including the health minister, saying that the BMA staff should cross the picket line.
Sharon Graham pointed out on Twitter, I think it was yesterday, right? Literally not a single government minister has bothered to speak to the people who are leading the negotiations in the Birmingham bin strike. Not even Angela fucking Rayner, whose job it is to mediate this shit.
Although she has also called for striking workers, for people to cross the picket line in the Birmingham strikes. But yeah, they haven't bothered. They've sent their negotiator people, the fucking lackey gobshites, who basically run Birmingham City Council now, and they're fucking everything up, completely and utterly, because there's no flexibility, and they're trying to enforce hire and refire stuff. It's very, very grim. Honestly, they're in for a rude awakening in this city, because a Labour Party government and a Labour council have led to, let's say, an iffy start to the decade of renewal.
I think, given the kind of demographics in Birmingham, let's be real, I think that the next local elections, and given how fucking shit it's been for the council, I think there's going to be an absolute total wipeout. You'll see a lot of the more kind of whiter suburban wards reform will absolutely kind of sweep it up, and you'll get a potential Green and or new Corbyn Sultana party sweeping through all of the more kind of cosmopolitan districts as well. I think it's going to be Labour are going to completely annihilate it in Birmingham.
They really are in for a rude awakening, and with the fact that they're fucking hiring former Sun advisors and all the rest of it, they're likely to possibly suffer in places like Liverpool. They've been losing council wards in places like Newcastle and Cardiff. They're fucked. And they don't seem to care, it seems. They don't seem to be changing anything about their strategy. They're just hoping it works out or something.
It'll be interesting to see what their reaction is. Because remember, obviously, when Reform won all those council elections in May, mostly from the Tories, actually, rather than from Labour, that was the fomenting of Reform as the opposition.
Yeah.
Up until that point, their strength politically was all completely conceptual. none of it was actually proven in reality because they'd not really won much of interest, but their sweeping of Tory councils fomented them as being the true opposition to Labour. And it's going to be seeing, well, does Labour keep its base to be able to have a beachhead to fight reform at the next election? It's going to be through the local election results now, where Labour are on defences, sweeping defences across the country, cities, like as you pointed out, Liverpool, Manchester, London, Birmingham, places that should be heartland Labour. You're going to see some dominoes fall. You're going to see some big scalps, especially if the left get their act together in terms of who they support candidates where. And it'll be interesting what the media narrative is. It'll be interesting what Labour's reaction is. Will Labour say, these people are gone, we can't win them back, let's go even more to the right and try and win over non-voters like Reform UK are doing, fight for them? Or do we think this base will never come back to us unless we fix this now, right? This is the warning shot across the bows. Do we offer them what was promised in the leadership election in 2020? Obviously, it'll be the former rather than the latter, but the media narrative should talk about Labour's failure to be progressive if they lose to progressive parties. I just don't think that they will.
Yes, almost certainly.
Right. I mean, I think the polling really says it all. There was some word cloud polling where basically there are focus groups run and interviews run with people, and the most frequently used words get the most prominence in a word cloud. In huge block letters right in the middle, when people were asked, what has Keir Starmer achieved with his first year in power? They said nothing.
Yeah.
So that's not,
adults in the room. Yeah, that's exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to do anything, and he didn't. Yippee!
Yeah, exactly, 100%. I mean, it's also funny, again, as we pointed out when we looked at this on stream, right? And when people's overwhelming position of what they believe Keir Starmer is a liar. Like, not only has he achieved nothing, he's been morally compromised, a proven morally corrupt serial liar, one might say.
You might say that.
And that's again outside of this fucking London Fleet Street bubble and leafy liberal suburbia bubble full of the 60k a year sensibles enjoyers, right? Everyone else looks at this man and they go, well, at least Corbyn believes in something, at least Farage believes in something. Yeah. Right? Keir Starmer believes in nothing, lies to every sector of the electorate to gain their vote seemingly entirely as a sellsword for votes rather than anybody who wants to govern with a coalition of people who believe in some kind of ideological position. And what has he used with this fucking unquenchable thirst for power, which involves pissing off and being disingenuous to the entire electorate? Nothing.
No, absolutely fuck all.
Yeah. Fuck all.
Yeah. Although he has, as pointed out in chat, he has been to the Arsenal in the posh seats. So that's nice.
Abid Reds under the bed like me saying that. That is just your average Brit.
But they would say free school meals. Mm-hmm. They would say they've got their workers' rights bill coming through. They've got housing. They're trying to build more houses. And they would say they've also cleared a lot of NHS appointments. Again, I suspect a Labour MP would have a fiercer argument with you than many Conservatives would, because they would say, you're typical of the kind of person who's very based on analysis and utopian thinking, but we're actually in there trying to get stuff done. And you know what, sometimes...
And you have got stuff done. Like attacking the most vulnerable in society and backing a genocide. You should be very proud of yourselves, Labour MPs.
That requires compromise and doing what the public wants on things like immigration or...
Well, let's look at the compromises they're willing to make and the compromises they're not willing to make, because one of the things which I think really defines what Keir Starmer is willing to do or not is this thing Corbyn coded? So it doesn't it doesn't matter whether or not it makes sense. Is this thing Corbyn coded? So the reluctance to say, all right, Thames Water, it's a complete basket case. Let's take it into public ownership, because right now we're just throwing good money after bad. They don't want to do it because it's Corbyn coded. Similarly with house building, I think that building lots of new housing is welcome and good. It is going to have some effect on prices, but not as much as I think Labour are hoping it will. We've never built that quantity of housing in this country without substantive amounts of council housing being built. And again, I think one of the reasons they don't really want to do that, don't really want to go there, is because it's a bit too Corbyn coded. So I think that there are all sorts of things that they're not willing to do because of their own
Israel.
I'll push back. She's absolutely right when it comes to nationalisation in Thames Water, right? But you've seen kind of soft launch of the idea of council housing. Rain has talked about it. Jonathan Reynolds has talked about it, whatever it is, But the issue is, it's not just Corbyn coded. It is the politics of the 70s. And that's one thing that a lot of people really hate, like when it comes to Labour, like Labour conscious voters who would only give them a shot in dire situations like the Tories had before, because everything is entirely seen through the realm of 3-day weeks, which happened under Heath anyway, and then the winter of discontent. That is there's this group of voters who literally cannot see Labour for anything other than that. They're fucking morons, obviously.
But they're largely boomers who are going to start dying off anyway. But I mean, for the time being, it doesn't matter, I suppose. But yeah.
Well, that is also true. But on top of this, is that one thing you hear all the time of criticisms of Corbyn and Corbynism. Oh, it's old politics, right? These are old ideas. These are old tried ideas. And I'm like, well, they were good ideas and they worked. We want to do them again. It's the dumbest fucking criticism I've ever heard, to say we can't do that. Those are old ideas. I mean, we have new ideas too. Inclusive ownership funds, the right to own. We have all that kind of stuff we want to do. But on top of this, they were just things that we did better before Thatcher that we should go back to. It's not, nostalgia politics. It's just look at the countries in Scandinavia who still do what we do, and they have what we used to do, and they have better societies, right? This is fucking utilitarian politics. This is the pragmatism that you told me that you wanted from me, right? So they think that we can't look too much like the historic Labour Party because the Labour Party has changed, right? It's very, very weird positioning.
No. And this is the thing. They're not actually pragmatic. They're ideological about looking pragmatic.
That's so true. So true. So true.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want to appear to be pragmatic whilst actually just, continuing either the status quo or just generally making things a little bit shitter. But, Arsenal tickets.
Israel's a huge one. I mean, I think that in 2023, when what I believe is a genocidal war on Gaza first began, you had Keir Starmer being asked, does Israel have the right to cut off food, water and fuel to the entire population of Gaza? He said, I think Israel does have that right. Emily Thornberry backed him up on it. He's a human rights lawyer. He knows that that's not permissible within international law. Could
we not misgender Israel, please? She. Thank you very much.
For whatever reason, think it's morally justified. I mean, I think it's an abomination, but that's not the answer he gave us. I think Israel has that right. Why? Because he didn't want to be seen as, soft on terrorism, too sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, too Corbyn-coded.
One thing I'll point on that. Did you see the fucking hostage march, which again is fucking stupid because the government already supports what you want. What the fuck are you protesting for? But they're just getting mad that a Palestinian state might be recognised, and they also booed progressive Jews for saying the Palestinians were people. Shows you what these fucking what these fucking Zion Nazis are like, right? Yeah. But literally, someone was holding a placard. The most people had placards, just like, and now the true face is revealed, and it was Starmer pulling off it was Corbyn pulling off a Starmer mask. And I was just like, these people are fucking insane. And these are who were being fucking pandered to for the entirety of the first 2 years of the genocide by fucking Keir Starmer.
Yeah. Well, look, you can't spell Starmer without H-A-M-A-S. I mean, you can, true, but that's not the point. Have we checked under 10 Downing Street? Because I'm sure there are definitely tunnels there.
IDF, Keir Starmer's house has a Hamas command and control center underneath it.
True.
I know there's civilians inside, but you've said it's important.
And it wouldn't be inappropriate for him to actually fly a fucking spy plane across London, considering it's where we're from. It is fucking weird that we're doing that over Israel every day. Still, that's still fucking happening. God almighty. I can't believe Bowler man fucking defended that shit. Dick.
Fan of Corbyn's 2017 manifesto, which was, let's face it, very popular with a lot of people. He got a lot of votes.
No, it wasn't.
Is there anything from that manifesto looking back?
You can't say that. You broke a murder. The 2017 election never happened.
No, absolutely not. No.
Now that you think was a bad idea, or that you've maybe moved on from? Anything you've changed your mind about?
Oh, I would say probably not 2017, but 2019. And so I write about this in the book, which is the time spent between 2017 and 2019. For lots of people like me on the left, we thought, okay, what the task is to make the 2019 manifesto as reflective of our politics as possible. Compare it to Boris Johnson's strategy, which was, right, get Brexit done on the back of a napkin and go, there you go, that's a manifesto. So it was, I think, completely out of touch with what was happening more generally politically, which they wanted a really solid, clear message. This is the one thing we're going to do. And secondly, it was so internal. It was a process of turning inwards and having fights as the left amongst the left and within the Labour Party, rather than thinking about what's going on outside of it. So there are lots of things which ended up in that manifesto which I don't think needed to be in there. But more than what was in the manifesto, what I personally regret doing is turning inwards so much during that time.
If Labour had been better disciplined, better united.
You what, sorry?
Second referendum. Second referendum is the death knell. It was the death knell.
Yes, Starmer did his job. Agent Starmer killed any chance of a Labour government.
Yep.
Do you think he could have won?
I think that there are a few things that would have needed to happen, and I think that there were some real lost opportunities in 2017. 2017 would have been the time, I think, to introduce what was being called open selection. So basically, if you're a Labour MP in a safe Labour seat, you have to, every 4 years, convince your party that you're still the right person for that seat. Because, I mean, come on, we can all think of MPs, not just in the Labour Party, we can all think of MPs who've just got a big runny egg where a brain should be, and they're going to be returned to the Commons time and time again because they're in a safe seat. And I don't think anyone, regardless of whether on the left or the right, thinks that we're getting the very best people for the job of political representation. And I think that having a more open system of selection gets you better candidates. The other thing that does is that there's a bit of a disciplining force on it, because who was more critical of Corbyn than right-wingers within his own party who had tried to get rid of him in 2016, what was known as the chicken coup, this choreographed series of resignations, who then realised that they'd... Am I allowed to swear in this?
Not really.
No,
Not really.
Don't worry. No, it'll be edited if you do.
Screwed up, maybe you could say.
Shagged it.
Okay.
Right, that they'd completely shagged it in terms of the rest of their careers. No one was more hostile to Corbyn, and no one put more time into trying to defeat Corbyn than these individuals. And so if in 2017, when you're riding high off of that result, you go, all right, discipline time, I think that could have made a difference.
Well, those people now control the party. They have kicked out critical MPs. Some MPs have walked away. Zara Sultana has formed a new party. First of all, does the left, the proper left, now just have to give up on Labour because it's under the control of those people? They've got control of the machinery. Nothing you can do to change its policies.
Diversity of tactics, comrade. I would never say you should put all your eggs in one basket. And one of the things that's interesting to me is the fact that this new party doesn't actually have to be particularly successful to do a lot of damage to Labour.
This is Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana.
Yes. Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana, right? So,
When you say your party, that's what they're calling themselves at the moment, without saying it's Ash's party.
I call them TBC.
I think they should be called New Labour, but hey.
New Labour.
They don't have to do particularly well to inflict quite a lot of damage.
I'm still on board for Shia-e-Jezza.
No, Jezbollah. Come on now.
Although Giamat-e-Sultana.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It's getting very ethnic. It's
because Jamaat means just party of, or like the movement of, I believe, but it sounds a bit like Jam Man.
It's weird. It's all very weird. Just call it, I don't know, the British Socialist Party or something.
My name that I want to call it is the 99%, right? And the reason why I want to do that is, first of all, because I think it's universal. It doesn't pigeonhole you politically.
It sounds like one of those fucking European parties, though, like the People Movement.
Friendship is magic, or the five. I mean, I take inspiration from the 5-star movement because I think their politics is really radical and really support it. But the reason I also want is you can just put in your Twitter bio, "Hi, I am, Jeremy Corbyn, MP for the 99%."
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm not convinced. But I mean, It's become it's become an issue in of itself. Like, what are they going to call it? And it shouldn't fucking really matter.
Yeah,
just call it a thing and just go with it, for fuck's sake.
Party McParty face.
But no, that's such a lame joke.
Like, it is very lame.
Yeah, that meme died 10 years ago. Stop it.
Yeah.
Damage. You've also got what's going on in the Green Party at the moment. So Zach Polanski is running against Ellie Chowns and Adrian Ramsey. You're forgiven if you don't know.
Sorry, it is very funny that she had to kind of think about who the other person was there.
He is very forgetful, isn't he? Aiden Ramp?
Well, at least he's more recognisable than the leader of the opposition. Sorry, the caretaker leader of the opposition.
Yeah, whatever his name is. Amazing. I did read a note. Even the fucking the melters at the Guardian are having a dig. They were going on about Polanski being something like an outside candidate.
Hostile takeover.
I'm like, motherfucker, he's the deputy leader of the party now. How is it a hostile takeover? It's just him moving up one position. Mad. Anyway.
Know who those individuals are. Tend to be quite low-profile MPs. And he's running on a more left-wing economic populism platform, because I think that there is some frustration within the Green Party about this very slow way of doing politics that they've got. It's very deliberative. Where you look at where the Greens came second in 2024, really, really interesting data. You don't have as many Herefords as you do, Tottenhams and Bristols. So actually, What do you mean by that? So you have far more
Ellie Chowns and Adrian Ramsey represent mostly moles. Moles and squirrels and ducks, okay? There aren't people who live there. It's a field.
I love that my suburb of Nottingham has more residents than all of fucking North Herefordshire.
That's half of a county. There are seats in London that are just some streets. Like, you can almost kick a ball from one end to the other.
Urban seats than you do rural ones. Mm-hmm. The Greens were having to ride two horses at once for a while, where there were sort of
and in North Herefordshire, literally, because there's no fucking roads. It's just fields. You have to have a horse.
Conservationists and, downwardly mobile graduates and ethnic minorities in cities, and trying to work out how you please both of them was really difficult. Where they were coming second, it's very much in terms of those urban constituencies. Those are also the constituencies where Jeremy Corbyn and Zara Sultana's party would be likely to do well also. Right. So how the Green Party and this new party work out their electoral strategy, again, super duper important.
Okay. So what direction are you headed in? Because you voted Green last time, as we said. Are you sort of still tending towards sticking with the Greens, or are you tending towards Jeremy Corbyn's party?
Where
are you?
I've got no political affiliation at the moment, and it's
But
great.
you've got to vote.
Do I?
Well, you will have in a few years.
Do I have to vote?
You've got a vote. You must vote, but you
will have a vote that you will be able to use at the next election, the same as the rest of us. So where will that vote be going, do you think?
I live in Tottenham, which is David Lammy's constituency. I would rather boil my own head than vote for him. So I would work out what was most effective in the particular seat that I live in.
I think probably move.
I'd probably move.
Okay. Well, I don't think you'll unseat David.
you may not, but some interesting things in the waters in Haringey. Let me tell you. One is that there was a fairly big dent in his majority last year. The Greens ran a paper candidate. No one ever saw this person campaign, and he still got thousands of votes. Second thing is somebody called Rory Payton, happens to be my housemate. He is the Green Party's first ever councillor in Haringey. First ever. And when he was out canvassing, and obviously because he's my housemate, talked to him a lot, he was saying people were really, really angry with Labour over housing, over the winter fuel allowance, over 2-child benefit cap, and also Gaza.
Right. So you don't know yourself necessarily who you'll vote for next time, but I'm very interested in what you're saying about how much the new Jeremy Corbyn party and the Greens might damage Labour at the next election, because I think that's what a lot of people are interested in. Everyone wants, to know what's going to happen at the next election. Will Reform win? Will the Tories completely collapse? Can Labour hang on? And obviously,
will Keir Starmer be the leader at the next election?
And a big part of that is going to be to what extent these other parties, the Greens and the Jeremy Corbyn party, take votes away from Labour, isn't it? So is that going to be a big thing, do you think?
Because they don't have to take away a lot to have a big impact. And so, it might not be the case in Tottenham so much. They'd have to work really, really hard because of the size of David Lammy's majority. But there is a sign that there's, a lot of dissatisfaction in my particular constituency. You then look at Ilford North, Wes Streeting's seat. He came within a whisker of losing his seat to an independent candidate called Leanne Mohammed. Now, if she was part of a party led by Jeremy Corbyn, or if she was part of some kind of alliance with the Greens, if they really, really went for it again, when you think about how much dissatisfaction there's been with Labour in office, Streeting might not keep that seat. It looks really, really tough for him to find a pathway through.
Could you see the Corbyn party and the Greens doing deals in some seats?
They might do. I think that it would be best for both parties if they did. I think that if you are
frustrating?
Progressive vote.
What is frustrating as a Green Party member? Obviously, I'm really biased on this stuff, but whatever, humour me. But when it comes to this, right, there's going to be so much pressure upon Green candidates to stand down, especially like in places, for example, where Dan Abbott is standing down, if potentially, she's been removed from the Labour Party candidacy. We don't know whether she'll stand again, but if she does stand down, there will be a push from the Your Party people to go, you should stand down the Greens so that the successor to Dan Abbott can have a clean shot at the seat. And I'm like, well, hang on a minute, Hackney has some of the biggest Green Party contingents in terms of councils, in terms of vote share, behind Labour, what is currently the Labour Party, than anywhere else in London. And there's going to be so much pressure on them to stand down when actually the work's been done already to fight in this seat for election after election after election to build that presence. And this new thing, again, which at this point doesn't have a name, doesn't have a party infrastructure, doesn't have any elected officials that have been elected on their platform, only people who've defected, essentially, or have been subsumed as independents, to then go, well, we have a divine right to this area. Like, of course, I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen. I've certainly seen a lot of intimations people want to see that happening. But any kind of agreement is going to, and fun, as far as I'm concerned, is going to give a lot of undue weight to the potential new party, which is unevidenced, as opposed to the evidenced gains that have been made by the Greens through hard-working campaigners for a very, very long time. Hopefully, if a negotiation does happen, then if it does happen, it's done in good faith and we get a good result. But I'm not holding my breath. Let's just say that.
It's up to the Green Party to not, lose its bottle then, basically, and not make its case in that regard. That's really up to them, I think. And it really, I suppose, it massively depends on who becomes leader in the next few months.
Depends on how quickly the new party gets its act together. It depends on who their leader is.
Yes.
We don't necessarily know who their leader is going to be. We don't know whether or not it's going to be the fucking Andrew Murray, Seamus Milne, like vanity party, or that's going to be truly democratic. We don't know. We don't know what it looks like at all at this point. It's all up in the air. We shall see. But I just hope that the hard work that Green Party activists have done in these seats up until now is at least given the due care that it quite frankly deserves.
Yeah. Well, the true leader of the new party is Allah, praise be upon him.
True.
Voter, you probably don't see a huge difference between those two parties. What I would say is that the political cultures in the Green Party and potentially this new party are very, very different. Now, there's lots of different people involved in this new party, come from lots of different bits of the left, and it's all to play for in terms of what's going to win out. But there probably will be this very strong strain of Labourism, a way of doing things which is kind of opaque, a bit backroom. That's what it's like in the Labour Party, and that's where a lot of these people cut their teeth. It's where their political skills were honed. Whereas the Green Party, I think, are democratic sometimes to a fault. They've got leadership elections every 2 years, which is mental. There's too many leadership elections. And also,
especially when they fucking go on as long as this. Jesus Christ.
I know it definitely needs some refining in terms of the way that it's run. But honestly, we had this disagreement before, but I'm not going to hash it out here. But for people who, my position, I actually think the 2-year leadership elections are a good thing. I think that if you look at what happened with Keir Starmer as leader in the Labour Party, if they had 2-year leadership elections, the fuck would be gone already, right? Like, you can't make lies on your political platform and then stick to that, and then stick to lying about them, being disingenuous. If you know you have to fight another leadership election in 2 years, it's a check on leadership power, and a test of your ability to be able to command the support of your members to be able to win elections continuously.
The only check I want in power is the Czech spy, known as Jerome Corbyn. Thank you.
So that the elections themselves go on for a really, really long time. Their party membership is basically sovereign on matters of policy. And what you saw with the Scottish Greens is that then when there is something that the party membership are unhappy about, for instance, with the Scottish Greens, it was to do with the implementation of the Cass Review recommendations. They've basically got the chance to pull the plug. Very, very different political cultures, how those things could work together. I'm doing the shrugging emoji for people listening on the podcast.
Yeah.
Can we talk about the book? Because in the book, you are somewhat critical, to a degree that some found surprising, of liberal identity politics. Before we go on to the alternative, I guess a class-based alternative, I suspect, why do you think liberal identity politics has made so many mistakes and wound so many people up the wrong way?
Well, because it's the word liberal.
It's liberal, so it sucks.
Yeah, that's the root problem with it, really.
So the first thing about what
frustrates me, though, whilst we're on the subject, is that so many people talk about the term identity politics because they think that it is, as they would describe it, as I've ranted about this before, as luxury beliefs. So I'll not redo that rant now. But broadly, you only believe that if your identity isn't something that is questionable in society, right? Like, I don't really talk about trans issues very much on my channel at all because I find it so distressing because of the fucking situation that we have to live in them. But I'm forced to engage with it because if I don't, then they'll come for my human rights. Like, I have to be an expert on all matters of endocrinology and sociology and sex, or whatever, all those kind of different things, just to justify my own existence, right? For me, it's not identity politics, it's survival politics, right? It is something that I am forced into doing because of things outside of my control. And if I ignore it, people who do care will make my life shit because of it. I am forced to engage with it as a bulwark to protect what I have currently. And if I forget it for one moment, I'll lose it. This is the issue that I have, is they go, well, you're engaging in a luxury belief that you really can exist as transgender. I'm like, I don't fucking choose this, mate. Do you think I would choose this? Do you think I would choose to be permanently medicated? Do you think I would choose to be, potentially at risk of so much like violence upon my person for things like this, right? Like, do you think that this is something that someone would elect to engage in if they thought they had a choice? No, like, you'd be fucking crazy if you did. But like, this is the reality, but I can't escape this, right? And that's why the term identity politics is a thing I find very frustrating, because there's a material basis to this. I'm materially affected by policy in a way that it's not just something going on in my head. It's not something that I can just switch on and off when I feel like it's necessary. No, it's fundamental and material. Just like, there's a really great response video by Thoughts Flying to Caleb Morpin about the material reality that trans people have to exist in. It's not just all a flight of fancy.
Liberal identity politics. Liberal identity politics is a form of identity politics where it's all about victim status. So marginalized people, there's an obsession with discourse, the policing of language, and there is a tendency towards what on the left is known as prefigurative politics. So if you're part of a left-wing group or campaigning organisation, you've got to get your internal culture exactly right. There are no harms being reproduced within your group before you can then go out and do anything. For me, the sort of rules and principles of liberal identity politics, it may as well have been invented by the CIA. it's so damaging to actual left-wing practice, because you're constantly looking for offence, looking for reasons to mistrust other people. You're saying that our experiences are so different we can't work together. And then, in fact, something like solidarity, the idea that just because we're different, we experience different things, doesn't mean we can't work together. That's looked at as some kind of trick. So I think it's been incredibly damaging to the left. Why do I think it's been so dominant? I think there are two reasons. One is that the left has been a lot more dominated by people like me, graduates from an arts and humanities background. If there's one thing we like doing, it's picking over language. And the second thing is social media. I think one of the things that social media does is that it makes the self an object of fascination, because you are creating all these images of yourself which kind of has a life of its own, and people are attacking that, and you become self-obsessed. So I don't think that we just became spontaneously worse at doing politics. I think 40 years of neoliberalism will mean that you start absorbing some of that individualism, that hostility or suspicion towards collective form of politics. But what we've seen in terms of what it does to the left is that it's paralysing. We just can't get anything done. I forgot the last bit of your question.
Well, let me just step in there. And also, a great embarrassment is that it has been, to use your word, commodified. So I assume by that one means taking things that ought to be natural, free exchanges between human beings, love, anger, argument, debate, and turning them into consumer products so someone makes profit out of them. And one of the embarrassing things about woke politics is that business has cashed in on it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Nike, right? Nike with its sort of BLM era advertising with Colin Kaepernick.
But to be fair, that's what they're always going to do. In an absolute capitalist, kind of mode, they are going to look for every tiny advantage they can. So if they can if they can make more money being woke, they'll do that. But they'll happily, if they could, they'd have pro-gay advertising and also sponsor gay gulags.
Well, exactly. They
wouldn't care.
Hugo Boss would be putting a pride flag up in this country whilst designing uniforms for the Nazis. Of course they would do that. They have one singular algorithm in determining their actions, which is what makes the most money.
They literally make the weird little gay bits in action movies, like in the the Marvel universe or in the the DC and all of that. Where one character will say something in passing that's not really relevant to the plot at all about them being gay or bi or whatever, so they can put out a press release saying, look, we've got the first gay character in an action hero movie. But they make it not a plot point, so they can just take it out when they have to sell that same movie to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't care. It's not. They don't support anything except making money.
It's just in absence of Marxist analysis, right? In that everything is done for material reasons. People foolishly and quite frankly dumbly assume that for some reason these corporations have ideologies. As if corporations are fucking people, like opposed to citizens united.
The Anheuser-Busch Corporation definitely care about trans people because they paid that one trans woman to open a can for them. They don't give a fuck. They just want to make money.
Exactly, they reflect society back at them, which is why I thought that rainbow capitalism that was weaponizing things which are, in my mind, matters of societal prominence for money is morally bad, right?
No, yeah.
The existence of it didn't anger me too much because it was a reflection of society that was tolerant. It was a reflection that to appeal to more people in society, they had to at least pretend that these issues were being done sincerely, even if they weren't, right?
It was a gross thing taken completely out of context. Just on its own, it's a gross, to commercialize these things, but it's a symbol of a progress in society.
Exactly,
which is something you can take positivity out of.
100%. It's just the right wingers looked at that and thought McDonald's is trying to turn my kids trans. I'm like, no, McDonald's wants your money. Yeah. That's it. That's all they get. They just want your money.
No, but Donald Trump said they want everybody trans, and that
everybody transgender.
Amazing. He's a really, really stupid human being.
Everything computer.
Everything computer and everything transgender. Which means the transgender cyborg singularity is just around the corner. Yes.
Nick and Serena Williams. What was embarrassing is that there were lots of people kind of looking at that and being like, see? You know, this is a moment we've arrived. Look how seriously our politics is being taken. And then the minute that stuff falls out of fashion, I bet the same marketing executives are like, how can we get Sydney Sweeney on this instead? You know,
she's got great genes.
Right, she's got great genes. Get the blonde with, you know, a fantastic rack in there.
Funny how it switches so dramatically and quickly from multiculturalism to Nazi.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it was Nazi. I think it was.
It has Teutonic.
Well, definitely.
Vibes to it.
I think they were trying to work out how do we monetize this anti-woke moment.
Yeah.
I think that's what they were trying to do.
Yes.
And how do we outrage bait?
No, there we go. She said what I was going to say, right? Insofar as the point that always gets missed in this discussion is the reality of the lack of engagement with old media. People use adblock, people use VPNs. If you want to advertise to people, people will always find ways around it, right? But if you can get your favorite influencer to tell about it, if it's trending on Twitter, that's not an advert that your ad block can stop you from seeing. If you're talking about it because you're mad on Twitter because someone's talked about it on their YouTube channel, right? Like that's an advertisement that is unavoidable. And that's the reality of having to engage and get your brand name out there. It's not just creating outrage because when you get talked about, it's a way around the ad block. And for the people who are engaging in earnest with the point that's being made there, the people who the viewers, the supporters of Dylan Mulvaney, for example, they while simultaneously advertising to them by going, look, your favorite influencer advertised our product, and that's on your normal feed, not an advert, so that means that you can't avoid it, right? They also, on top of that, have it trending, so all of the people who get negatively polarized are talking about it and raising the prominence of the brand name too. Yep. It's genius marketing. It's genius.
Yeah.
Evil, of course, but there's capitalism in it.
Because, you know, if you've got lots of people on the left being outraged about it, it means that this is getting coverage on the news, which is basically an advertising spot you don't have to pay for. Win, 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 win. So, yes, I think that liberal identity politics is primed for commodification. I mean, I remember during the Black Lives Matter protests, you had influencers of colour saying, transfer me money directly as a form of reparations. Which I think
is like the cheekiest shit in the world. No, you got to give me money. That's reparations. Yeah. Amazing. I love the Black Hammer people were the best. That weird sect of
oh my god! Oh my fucking god!
Well, I think the leadership are literally like on trial for various like felonies now. I think they're in a lot of trouble. Who could possibly have seen that coming? And they were literally saying they had their Patreon tiers were set up as like the Mao tier and the Black Panthers tier and stuff. Like really.
I was mocking Ryan Knight on Twitter the other day, right? He was talking about Zoran Mamdani has sold out because he's on the front cover of Time magazine. I'm like, mate, you used to have a full means of production tier on your Patreon. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And they were literally saying, if you want to do reparations, you need to send us money now. Like, motherfucker. Like, do you not realise you're literally selling out black people by doing that? Do you have any oh, God. And doing the most capitalist thing out there, seeing a disaster, which is the murder of an innocent person, and going, how can I financially benefit from this? It's disgusting.
It's disgusting.
Right.
You didn't see Angela Davis doing that.
No.
Yeah,
but I think it's because of that tendency towards commodification.
You talked, or you've written about the commodification of marriage as well. You recently got married, or you had a civil partnership. Do you say marriage? Or
I switch between the two. It's legally a civil partnership. I say marriage because that's something people understand. I said husband, sometimes say partner.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I'm glad
not precious about it.
Good. Well, yeah, that's a very, very healthy way of of doing it. But But I really like the article you wrote for Vogue magazine about your own civil partnership and the fact that you didn't want it to become just a sort of spendathon. I think you said that you bought your dress from Zara. It cost £15.
15 quid.
Well done. I didn't think even Zara sold dresses for only £15. Did you get it in the sale?
It was in the sale.
Okay. And you talk about the wedding industrial complex, which made me laugh. But there is a lot of that, isn't there? I think that the wedding industry has become this sort of monster, hasn't it? That people don't seem able to resist. And
£20,000
yeah,
is the average.
Do I give a fuck about this topic?
No,
I don't. It's very late. So do we leave it there, or do we scroll forward to something more interesting?
It is half one. Let's call it there, Tran.
Yeah, because if there's anything that I don't want to talk about, it's fucking wedding dresses.
Honestly, you know what's funny to me though? It's what's funny to me. Honestly, I'm glad we watched this just because that fucking bald chap.
Yeah.
Who's hosting this podcast is such a fucking dullard.
Yeah, amazing.
Honestly.
Yeah, no, he speaks like he's just learned how to speak.
First day of speaking lessons.
Yeah. So, you are married to man? Yes? Like, oh, for fuck's sake. Communism when all wage is same. Brilliant. Thank you for your cutting analysis, sir. Anyway, who should we send people over to? Who even streams at this ungodly hour?
On YouTube, I'm going to go and send people over to The Noisy Immigrant.
I'm going to send everyone over to Left of the Box.
Good choice, good choice. And on the YouTubes, I'm going to go for Lux Progressive.
Yeah, we can go with that, I think. Definitely. Okie doke. Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all of the platforms.
Likewise, do the same with Kevin Logan, otherwise I will find you.
Yes.
I will find you. And I will not tell you what I'm going to do because it might be terms of service.
Exactly. I will find you.
You go and you subscribe to Kevin Logan now.
Yeah, and I will talk about Magic the Gathering until you can't take it anymore. Unless you're into that, in which case I will do something different. I don't know. Anyway, yes, everyone, yeah, all of that shite. I'll be back tomorrow to look at some newsy news or something. I don't know. Are you on tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm on tomorrow. Probably do an afternoon stream, and which will not happen, and it will be in the evening.
Yeah.
But I'll at least try to. Either way, I'll stream at some point. I'll stream at some point.
Okie doke. Yeah. Well, free Palestine.
Free Palestine from river to sea.
Bye.
Goodbye.